vanilla, butter, pecan, chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes is getting touched and scooped in my ice cream. Who tears it up?
Yo, honey dip, summertime, fine jury dripping. Seen you on pickings with a bunch of chickens, how you clicking? I kept shooting strong notes as we got close. She rock roast, honey throat smelling like impulse. Your whole shell, baby's wicked like Nimrod. Caught me like a freshwater straw, or may I not be God? Attitude is very rude, boo. Crabby like seafood. It turns me on like Vine, see it all rude. They call me Starkey Love Hunt. Check the strategy by any means. Shirley Temple Cross was done by Billie Jeans. Black Mrs. America, your name is Erica, right? True. Lazy apple, small V6 shoe. Caramel complexion, breath smelling like cinnamon. Excuse me, hun, the don't mean no harm. Turn around again. Goddamn, backyard's banging like a Benzie. If I was Jiggy, you'd be spotted like Spud McKenzie. I'm high powered, put Adina Howard to sleep. You're parting. That bitch been on my mind all week. But back to you, labeling queen. Let's make a team. You can have anything in this world except cream. So what you wanna do? What you wanna do? Let's go ahead and walk these dogs and represent Woo.
Watch these rap niggas get all up in your guts. Rich vanilla, butter, pecan, chocolate deluxe. Even caramel sundaes is getting touched and scooped in my ice cream. Who tears it up?
Challenge Fox. What up, boo? Peace, your highness, show the lounge. Big dick style, y'all niggas is the flyest. Moves you making you fly, choosing, shaking out a rape patient. You looking good, fly, colored Asian. Ghettos, them is your hometown. We could go the whole round.
What it is, you really do.
Yo. Now, if I didn't know any better, I'd say it's storming outside. So, if y'all do hear the background and it sound like it's trucks and shit going past, it's just a storm. But that did sound like thunder and lightning just now. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host with the motherfucking most, Chill motherfucking Murray. And you were now tuned in to Live from the Spot. Shout out to everybody tuning in and not tuning in. You know I do and how we rap. What's going on, everybody? Fury B, King Ozma, Miss Jade, Bianca, SL. What's going on, everybody? What it do, everybody? Got quite a few people up in here early. All right, I might start going early or just letting everybody know what's going on earlier in the day. But or either that or just there was a lot of people anticipating this particular breakdown here. Because I started noticing there's people that was posting videos but then missing some key things that were in there. And I'm like, okay, y'all getting one thing, and y'all getting everything. There's only some certain people that caught, the main basis of this. But I haven't heard one person say the main thing that I'm gonna say tonight, what this video is about. So without further ado, we're going to get into it first. We're going to just start it off. So, we're going to be breaking down the Justin Bieber Yummy video tonight. But we also have, this is another reason it took me a long time for this weekend. I also have human trafficking investigation that I wanted to share with you guys. That was on True Crime, and not too long ago. And pretty much where 3D, what's going on? Pretty much in that investigation, there's two investigations we actually looked at. But in both investigations, we found I guess you could say, not even guess you could say, this is a pretty fucked up justice system we have. We found a big scar. Not gonna say. I'm trying to find the right words to say it. A mistake. Some people would call it a mistake, but I don't think this is a mistake. Mind's eye, what's going on? I don't think it's a mistake at all that, child sex crimes are misdemeanors. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's purposely put somewhere. And we're going to be getting into that later on today. So, without further ado, we're going to get into, since we got everybody up in here now, or close to everybody up in here now. And I'm going to play some of the video with audio, but then for the most part, it's not going to have audio.
Rolling eyes back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah.
Oh, not that one. All right. Let's get on over here. Oh, in fact, I'll play it from that video. I can do that too. Ain't no problem with that. Now, off rip, what did you notice? First 7 seconds of the video, what did you notice? Justin's walking through the kitchen, right? Okay, so this scene right here represents him pretty much. There's a duality here, right? Not duality, a double entendre going on here, right? So in the video, they want you to say, oh, he's a superstar just walking through the kitchen or whatever. He's a celebrity. This is how they usually, enter through parties. Now, or should I say enter through unnoticed, right? Which in some cases you can say that, of course, right? It is fly to, as Rock Marciano said, walk through the kitchen to Ruth Chris. You know what I'm saying? To go eat. You ain't walk through the front door because you knew the dude. You know what I'm saying? In this particular case, this is more so saying that Justin is a party favor. So him coming through the kitchen in the all pink is pretty much him walking out as a party favor, as a treat to the guests. Now, this particular scene here, I started to take notice to two things. One, the green and pink. Why am I taking notice to the green and pink? Because it's the allegiance to the reptilians. If you notice the woman's dress right, the woman's suit blazer right there has the green layers on the side of the arms. Notice that. But then it has the pink in the middle. Okay? The biggest thing to note in this particular scene is the children. Remember when we were looking at who's that? Fury Fierce. What's going on? Definitely Pizzagate going on here because these are children. These are definitely children. But remember when we looked at the video with the lady that went to the Diddy party? I forget her name now, but she had the child that was also a prostitute. But she pretty much said that when she went to the Diddy party that she was seeing children with Hikojuku dolls, little Asian dolls, right? That's pretty much what this is representing here. Is the little Chinese dolls. Again, kids as party favors. Now from here I gotta pretty much mute it. Now, what I'm also going to start pointing out are these different characters that are in the video as well. Now, the lady with the sunflower, I believe, is Oprah. So there's not just a Diddy reference in here. I just want people to notice that's another thing, too, that no one noticed. There's more than just a Diddy reference in this video. There's Ron Jeremy sitting there as well. Then you have, this could be multiple people here. But the biggest person that you have to notice is Lucian Grange. Is at the middle of the table right here. So you have Oprah, Lucian Grange, and like I said, I want to say Ron Jeremy, but I'm not too sure. I know Ron Jeremy had a sexual assault case that was along these lines as well. He also had something about child porn that was going on with him as well. So that's the reason why I think it's Ron Jeremy sitting there with the pink suit on. But I'm not too sure who the guy in the pink suit is necessarily. But I'm pretty sure, I'm 1,000% sure that the two on the left is Lucian Grange and Oprah. DJ Bear Gang, what's going on? I'm 1,000% sure that is a representation of Lucian Grange and Oprah sitting there, especially Oprah with the sunflower dress. And we're going to get into the sunflower and what that means to Freemasonry here in a second. Okay, so now you see them cheering, of course, and then he starts off saying, girl, you got that yummy yum, right? Now, notice this. Notice how they put the food right in front of Justin, okay? Notice that there's also this orb here. Okay, this orb is pretty much, you know how we watched the Dark Moon, the Iron Sky and Dark Moon, and we realized that there was a soul catcher on the moon? See, people didn't realize that this part right here is representing Justin's soul right in front of him. Now, notice here that there are different people that are going to be sitting down with Justin. As there are different people sitting down with Justin, that's the whole key thing. He is a party favor. So there are different people sitting down with him, pretty much testing him out and trying him out. Yes, he's eating the food, but pretty much these people are tasting him as food. Notice the weird guy with the glasses. That's a Bill Gates reference right there. As I said, different people are sitting down with him. Models, executives, different rich people alike are sitting down eating with him. Now, this particular reference right here is when I started to say, oh, this is what the video is all about. The video, now, a lot of people said, okay, what's the emphasis on this, right? Why is this shown so much in this particular scene, as well as why does it get its own little special bring out and put on the table and zoom in? What this actually was representing is adrenochrome. This is the representation of adrenochrome right here and hiding in plain sight for people. All right, let me show here. Let me see what I got here. We go on up. Let me get on up. So, where's my... So I thought about it. I was like, what are the odds that this is, you know, about adrenochrome? Especially with it being green, right? What was it really trying to represent? So the reason why it was green was mainly to say that it was reptilian blood. Pretty much, they look at it like they're drinking their reptilian blood, pretty much to gain energy. So that's why it's in the form of green and green peas. Now, the peas, I'm going to show you a picture of something real quick. She couldn't wait to grab it. Natasha, what's going on? Auntie, what's going on? I'll show you real quick. Where's my picture of the blood, of reptilian blood? Oh, this was a weird reference here that I found here too on Reddit. Let me just show you this. This is a weird pedophilic reference to green peas too. That was on Reddit, ironically. Oh, me my dog. Give me my screen capture. Definitely gonna be time to get StreamYard soon. That was just a weird Reddit reference that I had found on the green peas. But I'm trying to find my picture of the blood here. I'm about to just type it in. Oh, there it is. There it is. So this is a picture of reptilian blood cells. Of course, now you're going to say to yourself, well, shit, all blood cells look like that. But no, not that. But to just show that picture. Back to him. So, again, the reference is mainly to, like I said, it's a lot of double entendre references in here. But that was pretty much representing adrenochrome, the picture that we see of the green peas. Notice that what you also saw around it was little red cups, right? You saw little cups of red, right? Let me show you a picture of adrenochrome real quick. I still got it up here. So you see, no. Where's the pic? I just clicked on the picture. Eventually it will load for me. There it goes. Okay. So you see how this looks like this right here? This is pretty much a compound breakdown of adrenochrome. Or should I say powdered breakdown of adrenochrome. Now notice you're going to see different forms of this in the video. But see, look how it's... Now, think of this picture here. And then again, what do you see? We're trying to get a new Streamlab, trying to get a new thing. What do you see on the side? This video was mainly about, like I said, pedophilia and adrenochrome in Pizzagate. That's literally what this video was about. Pedophilia, adrenochrome, and Pizzagate. Now, why is Justin also in all pink? Oh, almost forgot. Trying to pause it here. So I wanted to talk about that real quick too. Now, why is Justin also in all pink? Before we get to that next reference here. Justin is in all pink. So, shout out to my auntie. Glad she actually tuned in on this one. Let's see. Trying to bring up my little thing here. I'm probably gonna bring this up on the bigs. Cool Kinda, what's going on? Hey, happy birthday, happy early birthday, man. Happy early birthday. Okay, and I'm probably gonna play the video on the bigs too. On the big too, just so it's a little bit easier to do. So this is the Federal Bureau of Investigation Intelligence Bulletin that had symbols and logos used by pedophiles to identify sexual preferences. So this intelligence bulletin addresses crimes against children. Standing intelligence requirements contained pedophiles to include those who sexually abuse children, as well as those who produce, distribute, and trade child pornography, or using various types of identification, logos, or symbols to recognize one another and distinguish their sexual preferences. To specify, indicate the pedophile's gender preference. Members of pedophilic organizations encourage the use of descriptions such as boy love, girl love, and child love. These symbols have been etched into rings and formed into pendants, and have also been found imprinted on coins. So how many people actually looked at their quarter and might have seen that one day? The Boy Lover logo, B logo, is a small blue spiral-shaped triangle surrounded by a larger triangle, whereby the small triangle represents a small boy, and the larger triangle represents an adult man. So remember that reference too. The small triangle on the inside represents the small boy. So the little triangle that you see on the inside here, this blue part right here, is the little boy. The bigger part, of course, represents the adult, the larger man, the adult man. A variation of the B logo is the Little Boy Lover logo, LBL logo, which also embodies a small spiral-shaped triangle within a larger triangle. However, the corners of the LB logo are rounded to resemble a scribbling by a young boy. Images of the B logo and B logo symbols are depicted below. Now the crazy thing is, you've probably seen this logo so many times right here, this unclassified one, but you didn't even notice that it was a pedophilic reference. You've seen this so many times before and never noticed it. This as well. How many times have you seen this particular jewelry chain? How many times have you seen this people wear this around their necks? Just think about it like that. How many times have you seen people wear that alone around their necks? This piece of jewelry right here. Now, of course, some of you thought it was instantly Illuminati, but no, it's not just Illuminati. I'll say it like that. But we get down to the bottom of this, of course, why Justin is wearing pink. So the Girl Lover logo depicted as a small heart surrounded by a large heart, which symbolizes a relationship between an adult male or female and minor girl. The Child Lover logo, as shown below, resembles a butterfly and represents, get this, non-preferential gender child abusers. The Child Love Online Media Activism logo, also represented below, is a general purpose logo used by individuals who use online media such as blogs and webcasts. Chris Brown's Black Pyramid logo kind of looks like that. That's the thing. Hiding in plain sight. Hiding in plain sight. FBI investigations in several cities have uncovered several symbols used by pedophiles to proclaim their attraction to children. After a seizure of a subject's computer in connection with an innocent images case in the Jacksonville Division, a computer analysis response team forensic examiner came across an unfamiliar symbol that was integrated into a website banner named atboys.com, where the A in atboys was actually the boy love symbol and written as follows. See the symbol right there, atboys.com. It was further determined that atboys is an acronym for attracted to boys. These pedophilia symbols also appear on websites such as one of the banners advertised Boy Lover. Proud to be a member. Now, we don't necessarily have to read the rest of this just yet. You know, it's not really there. Back now that you have this image right here in your head, remember this. So remember this key pattern right here on the unclassified one. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but that second one right there to the left. Is it the second to the right? You know what I mean. The circular, the more circular one, the unclassified one. Keep that one in mind in your head right now, okay? Because you're gonna see it again, just a second in Justin's video. Okay, so now we have the green peas, and there's the cake. Hold on. Because it comes up so quickly. It's right after the peas. Okay, so this particular cake, as you can see here, and that's why they made it come up so quickly, this particular cake gets set right next to Justin. And I mean right in front of Justin. Palace Skateboards logo looks like that. That's the thing. That logo literally is on a lot of different brands, and a lot of people probably have never even noticed it. So you see the swirl literally inside of the cake. Now, this one was probably the most nastiest form of, or should I say, representation of adrenochrome. New Eyes, what's going on? This is probably the nastier version of adrenochrome. So this is more baby. This is, again, representation for the Girl Lover logo, but more baby. Now, reason why this is more representation of baby, I'm going to show you this. Who remembers Justin's actual promo for the video? So, if you don't know, Justin actually promoted babies. For the promo of the Yummy video, it was literally babies.
Back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you got that. Rolling eyes back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you.
So, and there was tons of these videos there. Mona Diesel, what's going on? There were tons of these videos. Emil Mendez, what's going on? There were literally tons of these videos that he was promoting of little babies and putting the hashtag Yummy on them. Where is it at up here? So I want to pull up, because you can't really find the Instagram either. Oh, actually, it does pull it up. Okay, even better. Because I remember the website that I went to originally, it didn't necessarily even have the hashtags available anymore. But you see whose Instagram that is. And you see it has the hashtag Yummy on it. Now, the kicker to this is, that isn't actually Justin posting this. That's the crazier part. In his finger next to the kid's nose, that's how they get the chrome out up the nose. I'm not necessarily sure how they extract the adrenochrome. I'm not necessarily sure. My whole thing is they've always been said to actually eat the flesh of the children. So I don't necessarily think that they're getting the adrenochrome from just, your proper medications way of doing it. Yes, there are actual bottles of it. There's actual medication and bottles of it. But the crazier thing is whenever you Google adrenochrome, you get these other weird references. And I mean, you get weird references. But you pretty much get the picture. Look how this person has their mouth shut, eyes completely gone. You see the demonic Hillary Clinton over here, but then what's this up here? The goat looking over a child, or should I say a boy being held down, a child boy being held down with a knife to him. So I don't necessarily think that it's just an extraction from up the nose. Yes, I was going to play that here in just a second here, Mona. Because Justin was having a very hard time making this video. And I mean a very hard time making this video. But that just goes to show you that he wasn't necessarily the one that was even, had a decision in doing a lot of these things in the video. I'm going to play some more of the video here. And then we'll just bring it back up on the actual bigs here. Okay, so again, we have quite now a lot of people are sitting at the table with Justin. It's a full-on party. There's a full-on trafficking party going on now. Now, this right here is where things got a little bit strange. Because when I started seeing the kitten walk on the table, I said, well, shit, what the fuck is the kitten doing there? If my thing would actually work here. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that too. The little reference to the pizza. If you look closely next to Justin has a big lobster in front of him as well. But right next to it is a depiction of a pizza from far up. If of course it's one of those things where you got to look from far, if you know what I mean. But you can definitely tell that there's a reference to Pizzagate right here in plain sight from the aerial view. The saddest thing about Justin making this video is the fact that he had to pretend that he was happy. This particular part right here, when I started seeing the cat walk on the table, I said, well, shit. There's two references here going on. Number one, you have to realize it's a boy cat. So just think about that. Boy cat. Boy pussy, as Orlando would say. Notice what he's got around his collar. Notice he has that blue circle around his collar as well. Now, here's another thing here, the representation of free. He's more so a showing of allegiance to Freemasonry. I'll show you here. It says the symbolism of the Masonic cat. In discussing the symbolism of Masonry, most people conjure up images of the working tools of the ancient stonemasons, such as the 24-inch gauge, 12-inch ruler, common gavel, plumb, square level trowel, and all the other implements of Masonry, which are indiscriminately utilized on an as-needed basis. It may sound odd, but it makes perfect sense. Our modern speculative Freemasonry as an ancient and honorable fraternity utilizes a wider range of symbols to instill in us the need to be mindful and attentive to the world around us. Most Masons have wives, children, extended family, friends, and even pet animals. It is an old cliche that a dog is a man's best friend. That comes from the sentiment that a dog can be a watchdog, a man's protector, or a hunting dog, a man's helper, or just that a dog can be a valued pet, a man's companion. Many elderly and disabled people depend on dogs as service dogs, as the seeing eye dogs, which help people navigate on unfamiliar territory or terrain. For decades, police have had canine dog patrols in law enforcement and either sniff out illegal drugs or substances or deploy as police bloodhounds to help track down the trail of kidnapped people, especially missing children. In short, a dog, or a cat for that matter, has eyes, ears, sense of taste and smell. Plus, they have an intuitive nature which often excels that of the same attributes found in a human being. The cat comes from the feline family, as does the lion, leopard, tiger, cougar, jaguar, cheetah, wildcat, bobcat, and other feline variants, according to the noted Masonic scholar Albert G. Mackey, 33rd degree, in a Knight of Templar, who stated the following: the lion was regarded as a symbol of strength and sovereignty. Mackey further states, I don't know why it's not moving now. No, there we go. Okay. I didn't want to get too. No. Where am I? Mackey goes on to describe. Okay, I skipped a little bit too far out. Okay. Mackey further states the connection of King Solomon as the chief of the tribe of Judah with the lion, which was the achievement of the tribe, has caused his expression to be referred in the third degree to him who brought life and immortality to light, meaning a reference to the sovereignty of Almighty God. Mackey goes on to describe their colloquial sayings such as the lion's paw and the lion's grip as unique Masonic symbols in ancient craft masonry. Even with the Imperial Council of the Mystique Shrine of North America, when it was founded in New York City in 1872 by Dr. Walter M. Fleming, 33rd degree, and a past commander of the Knight Templar, Commandery, Colombian No. 1 in NYC, along with his friend, the famous actor William J. Billy Florence, 33rd degree, and a member of Pittsburgh Commander No. 1 Knights Templar, again of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who assisted Fleming in co-founding the shrine. They jointly agreed that the emblem of the order shall be a crescent composed of 2 claws of a royal Bengal tiger, united together by the keystone of Royal Arc Masonry. And of course, this one is more in the form of a sphinx, but you definitely see the leopard stripes on it as well. Leopard print, excuse me. I said leopard stripes. Who's up in here? What had happened was, what's going on? Karina, what's going on? All right, so let's get back to it. So now you know. Don't get weirded out when you see the leopard on the table. Say, hey, it's the cat on the table. It's food on the table. No, he's representing 2 things. He's representing Freemasonry, as well as he's representing the boy lovers. Remember, this is representing boy pussy, of course, because he's a boy cat. But he also has that blue piece of jewelry around his neck, that blue symbol right there. That wasn't there, coincidentally. All right, so moving further on into the video. So now we've broken down a few different things. All right, so notice how it's starting to get, he's pointing up for a reason, because it's starting to get darker. Now, these particular lyrics here, I just want to read this is the second verse right here, right? So I can't necessarily play the song, but this particular part right here where Justin's veering and looking into the camera the way he is. Stella Blue, what's going on? Who else up in here? The Nude Fonz, what's going on? Let's see. Where was that? Okay, yeah, he's looking into the camera here, but he's saying certain specific lyrics. Certain specific lyrics. I know, but you're a bit. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, we showed the picture of what the reptile blood looks like. It was more so in representation to the adrenochrome in the adrenochrome and reptilians. Where was I at here? Oh, the lyrics. Okay, so pull up the lyrics here to the Yummy song. Okay, so yeah, this is the second verse right here. I just want to read, because we're not going to be able to see it just on here. Standing up, keep me on the rise. Lost control of myself, I'm compromised. You're incriminating, no disguise. And you ain't never running low on supplies. Now, while he's saying these particular lyrics, I probably could play just a little snippet of this without getting in trouble, because I want you to notice who he points to while he says these particular lyrics as well. Hopefully I can get away with this.
No disguise, and you ain't never running low on supply.
Now, reason why that particular scene is very important here is because notice who he points to when he says you ain't never running low on supplies. This is an Ashton Kutcher reference. Remember, we are at a Diddy party. This is an Ashton Kutcher reference right here when he says never running low on supplies. Let's see if I can pull up his actual organization here. Oh, wow. Even better. Look at this article here. I don't know why Rolling Stone decided to make it look like that, but look what Rolling Stone decided to put last month as a caption for their article. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis resigned from sex trafficking. But of course, if you read deeper into it, it says Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis have resigned from the sex trafficking prevention organization, Thorn, following scrutiny for supporting Diddy. And of course, everybody remembers when he did that statement to Congress back in the day. I showed that before. I tell you, you can always, Google is my best friend. Google should be yours too. But nothing is always, nothing is ever simple in these videos anymore, is it? Now, the lobster, I haven't necessarily figured out why he was holding the lobster here. But I did notice when he put the shot up in the color of it. The color of it was him. Now, as he puts up the drink in the shot, notice how they zoom in on the people eating. This is as if they're taking a bite of Justin. Now, this, of course, was the one that was pretty obvious that everybody noticed, which was the Diddy reference. Of course, you see the gentleman back here with blue and gold, of course, with even a, if you want to look at it, the upside down compass, hammer and compass, Freemason symbol right in between the chest. But just take note to even the blue and gold here in representation, of course, again, to Freemasonry. Now, the reason why his face is doing that is because now they're going to be entering the freak off. So pretty much as a representation of things are about to get weird. As we've all read how freak offs actually happen at Diddy parties. Pretty much things are becoming bugged out. Now notice the lights have dimmed. We have now entered the freak off part of things, in which of course now you see Justin smiling but looking dead ahead. Reason why he's looking straight ahead is because notice how there's a Diddy reference character taking a woman down. He's looking straight ahead, pretty much saying what, you know, how the Freemasons have you do. You're not supposed to say exactly what you see. You are not allowed to tell the truth about what you see. So pretty much Justin has been around all of these things, but has been made to be quiet about these same exact things as well. So things will happen around him that he is not allowed to necessarily say or speak about. Now, again, we're in the freak off. So notice how Justin is also taking off his clothes here. Again, we are in the freak off. So that's why things started to get dark. Now I'm noticing that there's the flash of the day and light, right? That's a symbol again for Freemasonry with duality. As above, so is below. Now again, Justin has his clothes off here in this particular video, or particular part of the video, because again, we're at the freak off. And he's a party favor. So you have to also tie in the very beginning of it to the now. Now notice this particular part right here. Remember what we said before about the Boy Lover logo. Who's in the center? It said specifically in the logo that the little boy is in the center, is the center triangle. What do we have here? A big, huge triangle surrounded Justin. I wish I could draw it out for you guys, but you can literally see a triangle forming around Justin, and Justin is the center triangle. Again, the symbol of the Boy Lover. And then of course, the biggest obvious one, Justin is left sitting there by himself, food all gone, still a party favor, waiting to be eaten. Until he finally is. Remember the cake from earlier? It's sitting right there. There's a slice of it. Notice what the slice becomes. Again, and in the symbol, blue circle. Justin in the middle. Blue, yummy. But what is it? Justin as an adolescent kid. So pretty much, again, Justin was a party favorite during this whole video. And everyone sitting down was pretty much having a piece or a slice of Justin. Justin was the party favorite and treat for everyone. And as you've seen around Hollywood, from the Kardashians to hell, we're going to look at a video here with Demi Lovato in a second. Everybody has had a piece of Justin. If you look down Justin's dating history, you pretty much get very disgusted. And I mean very disgusted. Especially when you get down to Kris Jenner. The mother of the Kardashians, of all people, have had Justin. You know how old that woman is? Let's real quick. Justin Bieber. This is a wild one. It's a wild one. It's not just Selena Gomez and Hailey Bieber, as most people think. The crazy thing is they only share people, the innocent ones. But never realized things took a turn for the worse when he started to date Kourtney Kardashian. I wish it wasn't a copyright to actually show you guys. I wish it wasn't a copyright to show you guys the fucking the Kardashian episodes with Justin. But it is. It is a huge copyright, and the shit gets removed for some reason when you show the Kardashian episodes. But Justin's been on countless Kardashian episodes, and you literally have seen times where they pretty much take turns just pulling him in this room and that room and this room and that room. Yeah. The kid, and that's another thing. I said that here on the pod too. Everybody looked at me like I was crazy. That's Justin. Everybody tell me that's Neil something. No, that ain't. No, that ain't. No, that ain't. Matter of fact, hold on. Man, I'll bring it up again real quick. Just so y'all can look. Because they literally have been doing comparisons of that shit. All right, so let's pull up the kid real quick. Look here. There's actually a couple of different ones of these. I mean, you pretty much couldn't even tell them apart. You pretty much can't even tell Rain from Baby Justin apart. Like, so many different references of Justin. And then, of course, this is the picture I was talking about here. And Justin literally writes, "Who's your daddy?" Not Kris Jenner, excuse me. Kendall Jenner. Kendall Jenner and Kylie, he made the joke too. When he was dating Kris Jenner. I tell you, man. That's what said. Everybody's had a piece of Justin. Everybody, unfortunately, has had a huge piece of Justin. Including this woman. So, I wish I had the episode still, but, or should I say I could play that particular episode, in which Diddy actually asks Ellen, "How am I the person that's been the most on? Have I made the most appearances on this show?" I think I have. In which she corrects him and says, "No, Justin Bieber's been on this show more times than you." In which I believe was like 40 or 50 different times that this motherfucker been on there. I'm like, I get promoting an album, but why you got this little boy on your show so many damn times? That raised a lot of suspicion right there, and I was like, for Ellen, and that was during me looking up the information on Twitch and Anne Hesh. Found out Ellen was into trafficking. Found out Ellen herself was being investigated for human trafficking. Allegedly. And Anne Hesh, of course, was about to expose Ellen's ways before she passed, before her electric car was hacked and she ran into someone's house and then died later on in the hospital. Pretty much, she was auctioning him off. That's what Ellen was literally doing on her show, was auctioning him off. Now, someone mentioned earlier about the behind the scenes of Yummy. And yeah, this was probably one of the harder things to look at. Especially considering all Justin's been through.
Scooter asked me to be at the Yummy shoot.
And action! Good.
I'm behind the scenes watching him on a video camera, and no sooner does he get out there, and he just had a really tough time.
Let me appreciate everyone's patience, guys. Sound good?
It was a lot, you know, like a lot of people, a lot of dynamic, a lot of stuff. I was in my head a lot, you know. It was hard for me to really enjoy it like that, but I know that some days are gonna be.
They're gonna be tougher than others. They're definitely gonna be tougher than others. But yeah, I know. I muted myself a little bit too early. But what I was saying was, Justin was having a very hard time. He was having a very hard time, especially realizing that he was, you know, he was being used the way he was. It disgusts me even more seeing Scooter Braun sitting there at the Yummy video shoot. Of all people, it disgusts me seeing Scooter Braun there. Scooter Braun, who's at the helm of, you know, the talk of human trafficking and things like that, and all these different people that stopped even believing in Scooter Braun and stopped even working with him, I should say. That's the thing. Like, seeing, and when he said, "Oh, Scooter Braun asked me to come to the video, you know, to see because he's having a hard time or whatever." Of course, he's having a hard fucking time. The way you guys have pretty much used him in Hollywood, the way that y'all have, I would have a hard time too. But like I said, I'm glad that I did not get signed. I every day sometimes now I'm glad I didn't get signed to a music contract. If this is what they are doing to the young adolescents that come into the game. Justin Bieber was pretty much the white version of what they did to Michael Jackson. Literally. They just kept Justin around longer. Or should I say, they not necessarily kept him around longer. They kept doing more things to him as he grew up. Like, it just never stopped for Justin. I think that's the biggest thing that's harder for Justin, is that this shit never stops. And when I tried to leave it, they pulled me back in through my wife. I don't think Justin even, you know, has come to grips with that yet, that Hailey Bieber is his handler. Speaking of which, so I want to get into that too next. So, I might as well skip into that. This is a clip here of when Justin sat down with Demi Lovato on The Ellen Show. Demi pretty much filled in for Ellen. Don't know how this got arranged. Keywords.
I want to say huge congratulations on the album Changes. It debuted at #1. That's so awesome.
Thank you.
And then I know you're going on tour.
Yep.
Have you started rehearsing? Are you excited?
I'm rehearsing now.
Now, I want to also point out that it is not a coincidence that this is done on purpose, that they're in all red. This is also to bring alert, and a form of seduction is also going on here. And I'm not talking about Demi Lovato trying to seduce him. I'm talking about the seduction of the actual industry and Justin being sucked back in it. Because that is why the album Changes even came about. Justin was literally being sucked back into the industry when he was trying to leave and quit music.
And I'm very excited. I'm pumped. I love singing. I love dancing. I'm excited to get back on the road. I feel better.
Oh, good.
I'm not feeling sick anymore. So I don't know if you guys know, but I got diagnosed with Lyme disease, which I got bit by a tick. And so my whole energy and everything's been messed up for like 2 years. It's been really crappy.
A tick fucked your energy up for 2 years, Justin. Lyme disease and the tick fucked your energy up for 2 years. This is the same bullshit that's been going on with his face. The same bullshit lie they tried to run with his face. And it hasn't worked. It has not worked, especially on me. Especially on me. Because I know now why you're unable to actually speak. Notice how you suddenly have a disease where the whole side of your face, it numbs you and you can't talk. All that shit is happening now in the age of enlightenment when all this truth is coming out. So pretty much they've made it so you are unable to talk the truth with everyone else.
Been depressed. It's been really crappy, but luckily I have amazing doctors who have helped me to have a great recovery. So I'm feeling good.
Oh, that's amazing.
Another thing is a lot of my fans and people on the internet are worried, being like, you know, I just want him to be able to be okay on tour. I'm really healthy, so everyone can look forward to a healthy Justin, which is good.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
That's really good. And then so much of touring is balance and
Yeah,
stuff.
absolutely.
Like for me, on my days off, I sleep.
Yeah.
What do you like to do on your
Well, it's gonna be my first time traveling married, so we're gonna do a lot of fun stuff.
Oh, that's so
great.
great.
See the world and yeah, do it together. It's gonna be cool. That's my wife. And she's beautiful.
Haley, for anybody that doesn't know, I like to joke around with Scooter that she's like my little guardian angel because I had a really bad, like anytime I'm having a bad night, she just appears and makes it better.
Okay.
She's that type of girl. Like at the Met Gala, I had a horrible experience and then she waited at the top of the stairs with me for 45 minutes. And it was just the sweetest thing, right?
Aww.
And then she was at church and you guys were both there for me and it was beautiful. But
Thank you.
Anyways, keeping it light, what do you guys like to watch? Do you like to watch stuff on Netflix
Seen you were
or
talking
TV?
about Love is Blind.
Yes.
We've been watching that and it's insane.
It is insane!
But it's crazy and I love it.
Is there anything else that you guys watch? Are you like fans of The Bachelor?
We watched The Bachelor, yeah. He was at church the other night.
No, he wasn't.
He
I
was
missed
there.
that.
Yeah, you missed the. I went up to him, I was like, I feel like I know you.
You know me, and we go to the same church, and you didn't text me and be like, yo, Pilot Pete is here.
I had no idea that you liked him.
Just invite me over, okay?
Now, pause that thought right there. Because the very second she said, oh, we go to the same church, I said, what are the odds? What are the odds? And we're going to talk about this tomorrow, but Demi Lovato is referencing Scientology. How about this is bad too? What up, Justin Kemp? What's going on? What's going on? Medusa, what's going on? And 411, what's going on? Just making sure I see what's up there. Everybody get up in here. So, Demi Lovato, how many people knew that Demi actually went to the Church of Scientology? After her overdose. So, let me go back to just that particular reading right there. Because I don't want that article to throw anyone off. But Demi Lovato celebrates her miracle day after 2 years after her overdose. So, and it says here she was still a member of the Scientology organization. But everyone knows, of course, that she was pretty much in the Church of Scientology. It's pretty much why she's gone crazy the way she has. Evolving views on religion. Her thoughts on religion have changed. So, like I said, when I heard that she said that to Justin, I'm like, went to the same church. So pretty much Justin has been inducted back into the Church of Scientology. Hailey Bieber's family is heavily into Scientology. Scientology aims to make Justin a true believer. Justin and Hailey Bieber go to church. Stephen Baldwin of all, oh my gosh. We really want to talk about Scientology. Stephen Baldwin, Tom Cruise, the likes of these guys at the helm of this shit. That's pretty much how he got, sucked back into this game. Of course, the Baldwins. It's wait, when we start saying your name, we say everybody's name up in here. We say everybody's name up in here when you ain't get. Who that slugger? What's going on? Raps Jr. 88. What's going on? Let's see. Where we at? What is behind this belief? Oh, what the Scientology beliefs? Like I said, we're gonna get into Scientology. Scientology is a different topic in itself that is going to take a long time. So that's what I said. We're going to get into Scientology tomorrow. I have a lot more to get into this evening that is going to be covered that we won't be able to have time for Scientology. But we're definitely going to get to Scientology tomorrow. Pretty much Scientology is just to sum it up. To sum up the Scientology is pretty much the belief that aliens are our gods. It's more belief in, that's the best way I could summarize it. It's a little bit more in depth because it's more a specific alien that they reference. It's nothing to do with Anunnaki. I'll just say that. It's aliens are your god, but it's nothing to do with Anunnaki. Like I said, we'll get into Scientology tomorrow because it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a fucking lot. It really is. And there's a lot of people that were actually murdered trying to even just leave the church. There was I was reading listening to something earlier about a gentleman that spent $400,000 just trying to get the teachings. He was addicted to learning Scientology because they kept telling him that he was going to make so much money from it. He spent over $400,000 on it. Chashi, what's going on? All right, back to this, y'all.
How did you and Hailey meet? I don't think I've ever heard that story.
Listen to this.
How did we meet? We met in the early mornings of a Today Show taping. I'm pretty sure she didn't want to be there. Her dad dragged her out of bed in the morning. And basically was like, I think because she was raised Christian and I think they found out that I think it was an arranged marriage, I'm pretty sure. I'm not, looking back now, I'm like, it was definitely an arranged marriage.
So you hear that, right? Definitely an arranged marriage. He knows he has to smile and they have to play the ha 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 when he says that. But that's literally what happened to Justin. Justin was pretty much dragged into an arranged marriage with Hailey Bieber from when they were young. And he, of course, didn't know that. But that marriage was pretty much arranged. And that's why Hailey Bieber was said to already be his handler. Again, this is the Church of Scientology. The Baldwins are hella into the Church of Scientology. And who'd you hear say got the daughter out of bed and drug her to where he was. He pretty much let you know right there that, yeah, Haley, was already programmed to be with me. Little did y'all know that.
They set this whole thing up. No, but since she was raised Christian, she's like, oh, I want to, introduce you to Justin and his mom. They have similar values and believe the same thing. We think you guys will be good friends. It was definitely an arranged marriage now that I'm thinking about it. Goodness gracious.
All right, well, Mom, Dad, if you're listening, it's time, because I'm 27.
Arrange it up. Arrange it up.
Yeah, arrange it up.
We have a beautiful crowd tonight, hey?
We really do.
You guys are awesome. Hi,
So, once again, Justin, I feel for Justin. I feel for Justin, especially when we found out, what was going to be happening to him in the coming months with in regards to what Sloan Bella had said. Definitely prayers for Justin. Definitely prayers up for Justin right now. And I hope that I can't. This is one of the things where I hope Sloan was wrong, but she hasn't been. So, and she's deep rooted in the connections of that world and that realm, and people transitioning. So this is one of those things, like I said, where you hope that she's wrong, but you get a good sense that she might not be. She more than likely is not. I meant to just real quick, just to conclude things, so I don't want to forget to reference this, of course. Remember when I said why was the Oprah lookalike in the sunflower suit? Sunflower Masonic Lodge. Just skip to this paragraph right here. Is Masonry a religion? The answer to that question is simply no. We do use ritual in meetings, and because there is always an altar or table with the volume of the sacred law open if a lodge is meeting, some people have confused Masonry with a religion, but it is not. That does not mean the religion plays no part in Masonry. It plays a very important part. A person who wants to become a Mason must have a belief in God. No atheist can ever become a Mason. Meetings open with prayer, and a Mason is taught as one of the first lessons of Masonry that one should pray for divine counsel and guidance before starting an important undertaking. But that does not make Masonry a religion. Sometimes people confuse Masonry with the religion because we call some Masonic buildings temples. But we use the word in the same sense that the Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes called the Supreme Court a temple of justice, and because a Masonic lodge is a symbol of the Temple of Solomon, neither Masonry nor the Supreme Court is a religion just because its members meet in a temple. In some ways, the relationship between Masonry and religion is like the relationship between the Parent-Teacher Association, the PTA, and education. Members of the PTA believe in the importance of education. They support it. They assert that no man or woman can be complete and whole individual or live up to his or her full potential without education. They encourage students to stay in school and parents to be involved with the education of their children. They may give scholarships. They may give scholarships, right? They encourage their members to get involved with and to support their individual schools. But there are some things PTAs do not do. They don't teach. They don't tell people which school to attend. They don't try to tell people what they should study or what their major should be. In much the same way, Masons believe in the importance of religion. Masonry encourages every Mason to be active in the religion and church of his own choice. Masonry teaches that without religion, a man is alone and lost, and that without religion, he can never reach his full potential. But Freemasonry does not tell a person which religion he should practice. Or now, I want you to really notice the wording in here. Because what did I say about what Masons actually do, right? Masons will give you an answer, but they will always go around the answer at the same time. But if you were wondering what the sunflower reference was to, again, it's pretty much Freemasonry. More Freemasonry symbolism in the Justin Bieber video. So, all right. Where are we at here? So I don't want to, like I said, forget to reference that in particular. And of course, there's more things, of course, you can necessarily research, like this particular article right here. Pedophile symbols found on children's toys. And this was back in 2016. Let me just play this video right here. Probably going to have an ad, too. I have a feeling it's going to have an ad, just in case it doesn't. But pretty much a Florida company is investigating how a pedophile logo made it onto one of its toys.
Nicole O'Kelly couldn't believe it.
I am absolutely sick. I bought this for my 2-year-old little girl.
This mom turned mama bear real quick.
I wanted to call and text everybody. I wanted answers.
But when she got answers, she nearly threw up. Her toddler's toy held a sick secret. This Monster Jam souvenir contains a symbol, a disgusting calling card for creeps. This is a code for pedophiles.
This is pink. This is geared towards little girls, especially at a predominantly male event.
The more we found out, the worse it got. This toy wasn't made far, far away. It was designed in our own Tampa Bay backyard. And here's how the deviant undercover language works. When a pedophile sees children with the heart symbol, it's code, meaning this child is ready to be traded for sex. Talk about turning your stomach.
It's the most vile thing you can ever imagine.
Pasco detective Anthony Bassone has one tough job, picking out pedophiles online and busting them. He tells us the heart targets girls, the triangles, little boys. This toy, basically a big neon sign that a pedophile would give a child so another sicko would notice them.
You know what your end game is.
And what's the end game?
Put them in jail.
Upwards of 3,500.
Okay, so that will help me transition to our next exhibit here. Norma Dominguez, what's going on? G, what's going on? What's going on? Who else up in here? Yes. Please get the likes up. I greatly appreciate it. All right, so that brings us to our next thing here, which, like I said, I wanted to fully be transparent as far as, big trigger warning here. Big trigger warning, chat. Big trigger warning here, because what we about to go into next literally is an investigation into human trafficking. Now, True Crime put out a little series a few years ago. Was it a few years ago? No, actually about 2 years ago, about a year or two ago, on which they pretty much were doing an investigation on human trafficking overseas and how it actually was working. So I wanted to actually share that with you guys, and this is going to be this is part one of we're actually going to watch all four tonight. We're going to watch all the investigations tonight and pretty much break them down and the people that were involved in them and things like that. I even have the court case that was one of them that Ron Parsons was involved in with his, of course. But without further ado, let us get into the video. It's crazy how trafficking is 100. Mark Reiner looks very reptilian. I just want to say that as well. He looks old as hell, but just his face looks very real quick. I remember you said they were cracking down on the brothels that have been increasing in the Bronx. I remember specifically you had said that too. They're cracking down now on the brothels that just started popping up in the Bronx. Another place that, under the radar in New York City being used for trafficking. Kind of funny about that. Well, not funny, but when you think about brothels being in the Bronx, and then you think about Ice Spice's career, it was the same way that you saw that gentleman walking through the airport with the young lady. That's what we're pretty much watching is if you were to look at that gentleman as Diddy with Cassie, and then you can pretty much correlate now the actual case, right? So now you have an actual, I'm putting this on pretty much so we can actually see how sex trafficking actually works. That way when the actual trial goes down, no one's like, oh, well, shit, what does that have to do with trafficking? What does that have to do with trafficking? What does that have to do with trafficking? Now you guys will see an actual investigation on how and what is actually wrong and why it is considered trafficking. Because I just wanted to have this little part right here to intro who we're actually looking for, which is the gentleman Mark Viner. And I actually want to read the article real quick. That way we can get a good feel, more so for who we're actually, you know, even looking at here. I'm going to skip to part 2 in a second, but I want to read this real quick right here. So I don't know. I hope this type of thing doesn't bore you guys. So Cheltenham man jailed for trafficking women from Brazil. So a man has been jailed for more than 5 years for trafficking women from Brazil to work in a brothel. Mark Viner, 62, was extradited from his villa near Barcelona last year after a 2-year police investigation uncovered the brothel in Cheltenham. He admitted 2 counts of human trafficking and 1 count of keeping a brothel. Leslie Davies, 61, and a 45-year-old Rosanna Gomez admitted assisting in managing the brothel. Davies of Millennium Plaza in Cheltenham, Gomez of High Six Gardens in Patchway, Bristol, were also sentenced at Bristol Crown Court, and both received a 12-month community orders. I know some of you are reading it back like, wait, what? That's it? That's it? But yeah, that's again why we're looking at this. Because that was literally all the time that they got for something like this.
Stand by, stand by, stand by. The subject is out of the subject vehicle. Just duck down, just duck down. It started off with an anonymous package through the door of the police station in Cirencester.
I'm writing to you with some information about 2 men who are running an escort business in Cheltenham. Their names are Mark Viner and Leslie Davis. They're bringing Brazilian girls into the country.
If you have 10 customers in a day, you will be hurt.
It's our intention to pick him up at the airport, surveil him, see what he does.
And one thing I also want to say, just the fact that this is a $150 billion business. Again, I want to be transparent when I say that. $150 billion business. This is not million. $150 billion business. Okay, so when you think about just how much money is involved in this, do you really think the government wants to put a stop to something that's bringing so much money?
Appears to be talking to a female with South American appearance. You can't just sit back and watch forever. At some point, you've got to take action. You've got to go looking for the money. You've got to go and meet the women and actually take a bit of a gamble.
The day is Friday, the 12th of April. Just about to phone Sweet Nanda, which is the name of a adult work profile, to see if we can perform a safeguarding on this female.
Human trafficking is actually quite a straightforward crime. Mark Viner is moving people and using them for sex work, then that is the offence of trafficking. It doesn't matter if the women agree to it, because I've no doubt that if you could actually get them to open up and to tell you their story would be horrific. At the start of the investigation, you set your objectives. The first one is to safeguard the women. And what you're trying to work out is, what am I actually dealing with here?
We know this young lady works at Millennium Plaza. My understanding is that, yeah, that she was renting from Viner. Hi there, are you available today? About midday? All right, see you at midday. Thank you. Bye. Hi there, is that Nanda? I'm a police officer. We just want to check you're okay, ask you a few questions.
With trafficking, you don't immediately look at people and think they've been trafficked. It's almost hidden in plain sight.
So your friends told you can come here and you can do this work. So they've obviously told you can make money here. Now, how much money do you make?
Trust me when I say, very well aware on how dangerous this could be, right? Now, yes, there are whole documentaries on this with millions of views, but at the same time, very well aware of the fact that me spreading this type of information and actually, you know, breaking it down to people, I'm very well aware of how dangerous this actually is, because I'm not just, you know, not just showing the video as much as I am actually showing you guys the information is with the videos. That's another thing. Because I want people to understand the fact that human trafficking is such a, you know, such a profitable business for the government that that's why there's so many different loopholes in it. Like you just heard, this guy got 5 years and he's done. Davies and his accomplice got a year of community service and probation. No, not even probation, just a year of fucking community service for decades of human slavery to people.
200. Yes, 200 per day. Per day? Yeah. Is that good? Bad? Better than radio. Mm-hmm. What do you do with that money? I buy things for my daughter. Daughter, how old? Less than 1 year now. Where's your daughter? In Brazil. Okay. How do you feel about being away from her? Bad. Okay. Do you want to stop doing what you're doing? Of course. Okay.
At its simplest, trafficking is about criminals looking for people who are vulnerable and telling them that life is going to be better if you come with us. It can be people who need to support their family back home, so they'll go halfway around the world to come and do sex work.
Imagine that, right? Ah, bro, what's going on? Imagine that, right? So just like similar to like the woman we read about, that was the flight attendant, right? That was making $250,000 just for eating shit and eating vomit and getting fucked all night, right? Just think about that. How he just said that. This woman's pretty much, you know, sucking and fucking and doing whatever for pennies to the dollar. Just think about that, for pennies to the dollar, and probably making the same amount of money, not $250,000, maybe about $20,000 or $30,000 a pop. You know what I'm saying? For these rich dudes that are trafficking them across the country. But like he just like she's got a baby back home. Less than 1 year old daughter back home in Brazil. In Brazil. Over here in the UK.
Hi there, is that... Hi, are you available?
New Eyes, thank you. This is what I love about you being here. My exact point of this particular showing tonight. We pretty much have been made, been duped. We've been duped. Tamiko Show pointed out one thing last week that, I almost wanted to smack myself for. Because I didn't pretty much look at how Diddy is a distraction. I mean, we all know that Diddy pretty much is the scapegoat for the elites. But we have to look at the bigger picture here as far as they're making Diddy the poster child for this. They're making Diddy the poster child for what we are looking at here that is done around the globe. And that is I'm going to keep saying it to emphasize people that just get in here. This is $150 billion business that they are not trying to take down. So if the diddler has to be at the helm and, made the laughing stock for sex trafficking to say it's bad, so now that every time you think of human sex trafficking, you just think one person instead of the entire ring that it actually is, instead of involving the different politicians and senators that it probably does.
Yeah. This woman goes right back to the beginning of the investigation. She was in some sort of relationship with Mark Viner, which went sour, and then she went on to sex work.
What time is it?
Can I see you around midday?
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Where do I need to come to?
In this hotel. Wait for you.
We thought we would come and visit you. We were worried that maybe you had been made to work, and we wanted to check that you were okay.
Icon Vonnie, what's going on? I had to pause it because I think you just made the chat's new name, La Familia.
Point, have you been made to do things you didn't want to do by anyone in the UK?
Existem pessoas que chegam para fazer mal, que chegam com faca. Quando eu cheguei no Reino Unido, eu passei por estupro.
Oh, she got when she first came there.
Here,
Yeah. Com faca or?
Com faca. Ele ficou 1h30 dentro do apartamento.
He stayed in their apartment for an hour and a half. Our big problem and worry is being deported.
We have no intention of taking up any kind of immigration issues at all.
That is the world that these traffickers are bringing people into. They're there illegally in the country, so they can't go to the authorities. Once they're there, they're in an incredibly vulnerable position. So if we didn't address this sort of offending, we might see a lot more broken people on our streets who have been sexually exploited for years.
Hey, police, can you open up, please? I can see you behind the door. Open up. This woman is not going to talk to us. She's an adult. I can't force her to do that. If she doesn't understand that she's a victim, that can be because her own circumstances are so dreadful that this actually looks like a good option. She's just left the flat. She's getting in a taxi with her suitcases.
Interesting.
So clearly we were her concern, not whatever else is going on.
The difficult bit is proving the exploitation, especially...
See, that's the thing. Like he just said earlier, right? Some of these people are actually doing this shit for an actual living. So it's not like, it's not like some of them are just being taken against their will. A lot of them are just, manipulated mentally to the point where they think that this is, the way to go, that this is the way to make money, that this is a healthy way of living, and it truly isn't. Let's see. Oh, my God. Prayers to you, Abra. Prayers to you. Your sister Ayala Marshall is still missing after 20 years. Sad victim of the Grim Sleeper. Let me see, can I highlight that name? Yes, I can. All right. Real quick. Let me see. Let me just put it over here. Okay. Do you mind if I share that, Abra? Before I look it up, do you mind if I share that? I didn't want to just start reading it and then you didn't. Because of course I don't want to. It's not going to necessarily. It doesn't look like there's an article particularly on her name. But there is articles on this person here. All right, so this article, like I said, didn't necessarily say any names or anything. So, as Medusa said earlier, trigger warning. Oh, excuse me. 33 women still unidentified after Grim Sleeper serial killer sentenced to death. This is August 14, 2016. The death sentence of the Grim Sleeper serial killer last week was, put rest to case that spanned more than 3 decades, but it left another mystery wide open. Police are still trying to identify 33 women whose snapshots were found in Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s home after his arrest. The images were part of the chilling discovery of nearly 1,000 photos of women of teenage girls, many nude and some who appeared to be unconscious or dead, hidden in Franklin's house. The collection included photographs of several victims, which led police and prosecutors to believe Franklin left behind many more. Detective Darren Dupree said Franklin is one of the most prolific killers and could have killed as many as 25 women from the late 1970s until his arrest in 2010. That includes the period of 1988 to 2002, when police originally thought the killer took a break. An apparent hiatus that helped coin his nickname. I don't think he stopped because he was getting away with it, Dupree said. I think he slowed down, but I don't think that big gap was as much as we thought it was. Oh, it says, yeah, it's a pretty big article on him. Okay, I didn't want to necessarily deter. Oh, wait, hold on. Franklin, 63, was sentenced to die Wednesday for murdering 9 women and a 15-year-old girl in South Los Angeles. Prosecutors outlined evidence of 3 additional slayings he wasn't charged with and 2 other women who went missing and they suspect he killed. The student identification card, it wasn't here. I'm sorry. I thought the name was not in here. I apologize. The student identification card of Ayala Marshall, 18, who disappeared in 2006, was found in Franklin's garage, along with Nevada driver's license of Rolenia Morris, 29, who was last seen in 2005. 2 snapshots of Morris were found in his photo collection. I'm sorry, Abra. I'm sorry. Ooh, that's a tough one there. That's a tough one there. My condolences to you. My condolences to you. Yes, very sorry that this happened to your family. Very, very sorry that it happened to your family. Ooh, that is rough. That is rough right there. Because you don't necessarily... the crazy thing is you hear about these type of things all the time. You hear about these things all the time. And you never necessarily, realize how close it hits to home until it happens to you. Yes, me neither, New Eyes. I can't believe that this type of stuff actually happens in real life. This is crazy. And the police were involved 100%. He worked for the police department in LA. And of course, it's the LAPD. We're talking about the same LAPD that covers up Pac murder to this day. So sad. But again, this is why I do the pod. Because I want to bring, it's not just covering the surface level gossip that everyone does. It's more so to just spread awareness of truth. And that is why we're looking at the investigation that we're looking at now with just human trafficking in general and things that go on in it. Because like I said, at the end of the day, this is what the elites want us to deter from. They don't want us to know about a lot of this shit. They don't want, and soon, that's what Project 2025 is even about. Soon, it's going to be illegal to do what I'm doing right now, which is just simply just telling y'all shit that's already out there. You know what I mean? It's going to be illegal to do actual research. They're trying to ban TikTok for this same simple reason of people spreading truth and awareness of their surroundings and spreading awareness for other people. That's the best way to put it, man. Is lost angels. Lost angels. Lost angels is definitely right. My whole thing is I wish, even more podcasts. I know there's a lot of them out there that probably are telling the truth, but I wish there weren't so many that, just wanted to tell it just for a quick buck. Because I don't necessarily tell the truth for the quick buck as much as I love to do it, and I feel obligated to do it. I almost got on last night when Akon Vani was like, "Are you getting on tonight?" I literally was looking up shit to get on with, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to save everything that I have for tonight. I'm going to be well rested and have everything that I can nice and early today. Can we have an interactive live on Patreon? Yes, I'm trying to figure... Sadate, what's going on? I am trying to figure out how to link this damn thing. I've been trying to figure out how to link this damn thing. And it's becoming a little stressful. It's becoming a little stressful because they have their own... I guess you want to call they have their own OBS over there. And they have it to link to YouTube, but it's only it's only to YouTube, so it would be me taking away, I would be taking away Kick and Rumble and Twitch. It will be just YouTube, and I know that there are it's just more than YouTube in here now, so I don't want to take away from everybody else that just got up in here, of course. So yeah, very soon, New Eyes, I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out on how to get the live done for strictly Patreon, and I will announce it probably 2 or 3 days ahead of time, just so people can get their memberships in and whatnot. Let me get before it gets because we do have to get into. We still have to get into.
Your victim isn't very scared.
I didn't mean to start this so early. We still have to get into some Diddy update later on, but I want to definitely get through this here real quick.
Mark Viner is one of many people who make this whole sexual exploitation happen. They are the gateway, and we need to get as many people like him as we can.
Hello, Gav speaking. Right, so we've got Viner moving in a vehicle. Excellent. Okay, well, I'll see if we've got anyone we can scramble to that straight away. Brilliant. Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Yeah.
Objective to gain control of the subject.
No. Trust me, I do understand, Nabra. I feel for you and your family. That is crazy right there. So you and her were both raped in the same year and have babies from the rape. He's a big old. And see, that's sad right there. That's sad right there that they put a mural of your sister up there knowing that they wouldn't do anything about it. Let me put this, so I don't want to forget that name. Let me just put this here in my notes, so I don't want to forget that name. So I'm going to look into that as well as... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I remember that now. I know what y'all talking about now. I had to familiarize my mind with it real quick. So, the Shanquella Robinson scenario, not to get too far off the topic, that scenario was pretty much, I think that was more of, I need to look more into that, I guess, because that was more of a thing where, her friends tried to cover it up, and they did a shit show job of doing it. That's really all I can say about that. And especially when we know the police departments are very corrupt. We know the police departments are very corrupt, but the LAPD specifically has had decade-long runs of doing the worst in pretty much covering up everything right in front of people and saying, "Oh, you didn't see anything." Like everybody got MIB neuralized and shit. Like you ain't see nothing, and everybody saw everything. And everybody saw everything. Just like this right here goes underneath it's not necessarily going underneath the government's radar, but it's pretty much being done hidden in plain sight.
Where? Following that hand with a deck tape. Subject tape and the female using a smartphone and appears to be looking at the profile of one female.
Because the women are eating food and the other male is just talking away about women, apartments, oak extension.
So pretty much right here what's going on is a whole deal going on to where, of course, the pimp is already given to the John, and the John is now giving, of course, his own little side hustle and pretty much, selling this woman off. That's kind of how this actually works here. But Mark, I think, is actually the pimp here. How most cases go with sex trafficking is there is a pimp that gives it to the John, which, of course, in Tiana's situation, the pimp would have been the prince, right? The prince gives it to John, which is Diddy. But Diddy's plans is pretty much to do the same thing and do, keep the cycle going of pimping. Okay, so then Diddy becomes the pimp, and now he's selling the woman off to different people. So that's pretty much what's going on right here, where Mark pretty much was given this woman, and now Mark is actually selling this woman off to someone else.
The other male, a website, was scrolling through his smartphone, looking at profiles of women. I would say he is with a further 2 males that haven't joined him at the table with Oak.
Right, okay. Alright.
Alright, the table drinks.
Right, okay.
There is a white male loitering in the car park in the space directly adjacent to subject vehicle. There is a H&M bag. That aforementioned male with the H&M bag has opened up the rear door. Subject vehicle and takes the H&M carry bag within. Positive ID of Oak, the brunette, and the male with the voice polo shirt. I was joined by that male who placed the bag in the rear of the subject vehicle GFU. They remain in conversation.
This is the footage from Northampton. And this is one of these henchmen putting a plastic bag in the back of Viner's car.
So it's a deeply criminal meeting, isn't it? The fact you've got the heavies to go round and
Yeah, I mean,
look
that-
behind you. You're not going to ever have a problem proving to a jury this is criminal. You don't send in 2 heavies to eye up the pub because you're meeting socially, do you? It's what you're bringing to that meeting is the interesting aspect of it.
I think really we got to assume that was cash. So that was perhaps some sort of sale of sex workers.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah. Mark Viner deals in cash. We see bags of cash being exchanged between people. We see him paying with cash. What we need to do is find out what happens with that money, what the mechanism is for him moving that money to somewhere safe so he can live off it.
Stand by. Positive identification of the subject, Oak. Out. Right. He looks into a mobile telephone which he holds in his hand.
John, is your backup?
So, 5th of July, when Mark Viner makes his way up to Hoddesdon. Surveillance pick him up in Cheltenham, where he makes his way across the country now.
Stand by. Positive ID is Oak as the sole occupant and is in and into the subject vehicle, which is manoeuvring.
So, from Cheltenham, pretty much straight across, it's a long old way.
4-2 has the eyeball.
Once he's arrived in Hoddesdon, he makes his way to a centre. And he meets up with 2 Asian males. Viner goes into his rear seat of his BMW X5. A carrier bag is given to the Asian male.
Stand by. There's 2 Asian males that are away from on foot. Both wear shorts and t-shirt.
They're walking up towards the high street, and the next port of call is HSBC.
Okay. All right, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Love you so much. God bless you for even taking the time to put that out there. I will not rest until my sister is found. The sex trafficking ring is big, and I believe she still is being trafficked. See, and that's, again, why we're, like I said, people like you is why we are watching what we are watching. People like you are why we are watching what we are watching right now. To spread awareness to this, because it must stop. I am with you on that. I definitely agree with you. This must stop. And this is the business that the government pretty much funds and allows to happen right now. Literally have been allowing to happen. And this is what our government pretty much thrives on, is human trafficking.
So she's counting 5 bundles of cash there. The other Asian male, Kisser, sits down. You can see that same bag in his hand. They left the HSBC bank at 12:58, and the next port of call is Barclays Bank. The male with blue shorts approaches the counter.
This looks to me like layering, where if you move money through enough bank accounts, it becomes really difficult for us to trace. Basically, you've got one piece of dirty money and you put it into several accounts. And then you might split it again. And then somewhere down the line, you bring all that money back together. Each account that this money travels through is a...
So remember, think about this, that reference right there he just said, right? What did Justin Bieber say in the song? 50-50, love the way you split it.
layer, and it may go through
you remember those lyrics?
20 accounts in some situations, and the more layers they are, the more difficult it is.
That's what he was talking about. 50-50, love the way you split it. You're incriminating, and I'm compromised.
Is to try and follow that money. It's split up, it's sent through accounts, it comes back together at the end clean. We've got information that suggests the money goes across onto the continent, goes through several accounts before it drops out in Spain.
The bank account has turned over in the last year 1.2 million.
One of the weaknesses that organised crime groups have is the people involved. So the associates that an organised criminal has can be their downfall. They have to whatever degree, trust the people they're working with, but by definition, they're not in a trustworthy industry.
Has global. Walks with a female who wears a white top, jeans, very dark, long hair.
I think we need to almost separate Davis and Viner in the sense that they seem to operate fairly independently, even though they're part of the same group.
Still walking. This is generally towards the phone box fall through.
We've got a much stronger case if we look at Viner having convicted other people of sexually exploiting the women.
Birch retrieves a newspaper and he takes images of the female.
Under the law, we can then say that Viner moved these women and he ought to have known that they were going to be sexually exploited.
So this is pretty, and that's the wild thing right there, right? So I don't even think he's necessarily even telling her the truth about, you know, how he's taking the pictures of her to pretty much sell her. I don't even think she knows that. that, like I said, another form tactic of manipulation, like he just said. He's taking the pictures of the woman, but the woman doesn't necessarily know that the pictures that's being taken of her are modeling pictures for her to be auctioned off and sold. A lot of these people don't even know how they're actually sold in this process. Icon Bonnie, thank you for that super chat. I greatly appreciate it. A lot of these people don't even know how they're actually even being sold out here. They don't necessarily know their own process. They pretty much just trust their pimp or their John at the end of the day. And as you heard earlier, the woman that was pretty much doing this, you know, for her less than 1-year-old daughter back home, she doesn't even necessarily care how the process even goes. She just pretty much just trusting what's going on because she wants to get paid. It's a fucked up way of manipulation out here too.
16:15, as Birch and the female approached, they attempted to communicate with each other. The female spoke falteringly and quietly in English with a foreign accent. They appeared to have difficulty in understanding each other.
Birch uses the mobile phone and he states the female has no passport. She complained about everything. And he's given her a bollocking.
Clearly, the third party has her passport, so that third party has significant control over that female. Mr. Davis must be aware that that's a sign of trafficking, that's a sign of a female who is being controlled.
4-2's in a position.
In 1999, I became aware of Mark Andrew Viner via a file passed to my agency by Avon and Somerset Police containing covertly gathered intelligence. I can recall that the intelligence was concerning Viner as the principal in 2 alleged criminal activities: cocaine importations from Brazil and the importation of significant quantities of cigarettes, containers full from South America, evading millions of pounds of duty. I also believe that there was intelligence that Viner had a red Ferrari with a personal plate something like V1 NER. I later heard that there was some intelligence that Viner had been murdered in Brazil and that as a result the file had been closed.
If you sit there, they won't get you on the camera though.
Thanks for coming over. It's the best thing for you to just run through with us what you remember from...
Yeah. The gist of the file was that he was organising large-scale cocaine importations and was using a yard down on Exmoor. It was multi kilos. It may even have been hundreds of kilos.
Still walking.
My recollection is that the information in relation to him being subject to a contract killing had come from our foreign liaison officer at the time, who was out in Brazil.
Do you recall where he sat within the operation? I mean, was he...
We were looking at him as the principal,
right,
of the activity that was
just
going on, yeah.
Stand by. Oak is talking on a small mobile phone.
A good criminal's able to be flexible and work at what there's a good profit in, that's what they'll do.
Smuggling whatever's to hand, really, yeah. I mean, certainly what you've told us would be consistent with what we've seen, in that this started off as trafficking of Brazilian women, but the more you look at it, the more you look at his meetings and his lifestyle and his travel, you think this guy's an accomplished smuggler, and women are one of the commodities.
It is left.
Crazy how they even word it that way. Norman Dominguez, thank you so much for the super chat. I greatly appreciate that. I really do. Funny how they even say that he's successful in doing this right now, right? Of course, like I said, this is $1 billion business, but for him, you know, he's only a small part of this whole entire ring here. The fact that they're even referencing the fact, or I should say emphasizing the fact that he's successful at doing this is like, it's pretty much putting more emphasis on the fact that they know, like Nuaz said, they know about these rings, but they don't necessarily do too much about it.
Ascends the slip road offside lane. At junction 6. It is committed. M20 signposted Ashford and the tunnel.
The thing that makes a criminal good at being a criminal is they don't get caught.
Positive identification of the subject as he confers with staff.
I think he's probably just quite good at what he does.
He's moving forward, bears to the near side.
He's bilingual. He seems to be a little bit of a powerhouse. I think he's been careful from the beginning, really. And yeah, he's never been caught for anything.
Has he paid and he's fully committed?
As he descends towards the terminal, from my view.
Yeah, full forward to team, then let him run.
Fuck's sake.
So pretty much what's happened here now is they were chasing Mark, and Mark pretty much, I guess, figured out that they were, after him. So now he's pretty much fled to Madrid, Spain, in order to try to evade the investigators. But they still pretty much tracked him down where he actually went, and it actually led them on a tip to where they needed to be in the first place. That's crazy how that wasn't even a music video or nothing like that. That was literally a woman just standing out there in the alley by the fire. Let's just say in the alleyway with a fire behind her. And just, chilling, waiting to be picked up for her next trick. Crazy.
Hi, Pete. If you tell me, okay, those guys are important for us, I'll try to send a surveillance team if you agree with that. La gente puede pensar que la trata de personas es grandes organizaciones que se dedican, o que tienen grandes burdeles o que tienen grandes naves donde explotan a cientos y cientos de personas y que además las someten pues, con golpes, con palos, con amenazas, que matan a sus familias, que demás. Pero no es así, es bastante más sutil. Y es incluso más peligroso cuando la manera de doblegar a la víctima es...
That's crazy. They're still literally standing out there in front of fires trying to keep warm out there in pretty much scantily clad dresses. It's crazy. It's dangerous when the way of making the victim submit is a psychological way. That sentence right there. And it's even more dangerous when the way of making the victim submit is in a psychological way. Because that's the key thing right here, right? A lot of these women are really manipulated into thinking that this is the way for them to make money, that there's no other way.
Un modo mental. Hay algo que se llama el síndrome de la indefensión aprendida, que lo tienen también las víctimas de violencia de género, y las víctimas de trata, por ejemplo, adquieren ese síndrome. Como mecanismo de defensa, lo asumen como algo bueno, como que esta persona me está cuidando. Pequeños detalles que hacen que el tratante también se vaya ganando un poco la confianza y hasta el cariño por esto que se conoce como... Hay víctimas incluso que se llegan a enamorar de los tratantes.
Can we go through then what we actually know about Mark Viner at this point? So, white, British male, middle class, just turned 60, hasn't he?
Yes. Apparently originally from a Surrey village.
Right. So we know historically, in the 90s, intelligence was that he was involved in the importation of drugs, wasn't it? And then more recently, he's involved in importation of alcohol and tobacco. When was that?
I mean, that's been going on for quite a number of years now.
So over the years then, he...
Tamiko Show, what is going on? What's going on? So I quoted you earlier, we are being distracted from Diddy. So we are looking at our distraction.
Basically living outside the law and has made potentially millions, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So then, why does he bother trafficking Brazilian women and running brothels if he's making all that money from just smuggling the stuff?
Next question, whether it's just pure access to women.
Yeah.
Which it does appear to be to some degree from what we know. Okay, so the first one we've got, and probably the one that we know almost the most about here, this one, woman A, we know that at some point she either has been engaged to him or at least thought she was engaged to him, and we know that from Facebook profiles. We've seen her showing off the engagement ring. So then we've got this woman, woman B. She was married to Viner at some point in the past. She is Brazilian, and we know that he went to quite great lengths to get her into the country. She was refused entry on one occasion, and he actually flew out the country, collected her, and brought her back in. This is a former partner in a relationship with Mark Viner that we then know for a fact went into sex work. This is the female who we discovered in Mark Viner's flat during a domestic incident. She was 22 years old. She stated to the police that she was scared and she wanted to go home. She did say she was in a relationship with Mark Viner, and again, we can definitively say that she went on to sex work.
We know from visiting her that she says that she has been while doing sex work.
Yeah. Then we've got woman D. From messages, it looks like there was a relationship with Mark Viner that went sour. Yeah. She's about 25 years old. So
Simple Town Radio, what's going on? We are talking about the trafficking and why the government don't do nothing about it because they make so much from it.
Again, we're looking at a 35-year age gap, roughly. He appears to have a ready supply of young, vulnerable females who are quite often perhaps from poor backgrounds in Brazil and will have a language barrier in the UK. There seems to be this theme of having relationships with them.
Yeah. This is just another strand of the exploitation, isn't it? He exploits them by actually having sex with them himself. Clearly, from what we've seen in the text, they think they're in proper relationships with him. He uses them until he moves on to the next one.
Personally, I think Viner's gone for good. The surveillance team have seen him packing up, going through the Channel Tunnel. So yeah, I don't think he's coming back. I think the only way we're going to see him back in the UK is in handcuffs.
Still walking, still walking.
So all the time you're thinking, have I got enough evidence yet to get it home, or do I keep it running a little bit longer and take those risks? stop it now and charge him with something, money laundering or allowing his premises to be used by prostitutes, that kind of thing. What we want to charge him with is trafficking, because that carries a serious prison sentence. So the dilemma for me now is getting the evidence without Oak being here. Do I arrest Davis? And there could be a treasure trove of evidence on his phone. Contact with Oak, arrangements made with Oak, with sex workers. I get to search the premises. The worry I've got is if I go and arrest Birch and I've got no control over Oak, does he get on a plane to Brazil and I'll never see him again?
4-4 has the eyeball.
4 in the position. .48-4 inside with lanes broke out offside. Like the sequence moving forward.
The plan that I've decided upon is to try and get Davis when he's actually visiting a sex worker.
Off the near side lane of this directory for the Boddington Monument. And it's the left, line posted Ring Road North, A4841.
To try and catch him in the street in London when he's got the relevant items on him. The ledger that we've seen him writing into, cash that he's just collected, and all his photographic and computer equipment.
4-4 has the eyeball.
If he does stop before he leaves town, we'll nick him wherever he stops.
I think he's going to find a girl, to be honest, mate.
Will be deployed. Vehicle to cover the straight on.
4-4.
4 vehicles to cover the reverse.
4-4 to the team. There will be an intervention at this location. What are you taking? I don't know. Ledger, probably.
Okay, down, move in.
Hi there, Mr. Davis.
Hi.
Hi there. Yeah, we've got information regarding you and the control of prostitution. We understand that you may have been to several sites today where sex work is taking place. As such, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the control of prostitution. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Have you ever been arrested before, sir?
No, I've never been arrested. And I
Right.
certainly don't control anything.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
It appears to be some form of ledger. The email addresses, names.
Okay, that's fine.
I know I wasn't tripping when I saw that. I was like, wait a minute, did that license plate say what I thought it said? Unfucking believable.
It appears to be some form of ledger. The email addresses, names.
Today was about getting the evidence from Birch, and primarily I want his phone. There might be stuff on that phone that then will implicate him and Oak, maybe other people.
This interview is being tape recorded. We are now in interview room 3 at Wandsworth Police Station, and I am interviewing...
Leslie
Yeah.
Davis.
You've been arrested this this afternoon on suspicion of controlling prostitution. Okay? What can you tell me about that?
What's your definition of controlling prostitution?
Someone who is managing brothels. They have got an element of control over females, and I would suggest certainly financial sort of control, that sort of thing.
None of that applies to me. So I'm an advertiser.
Okay.
Marketing, advertising, photography.
Just to get the elephant in the room out of the way, we're talking sex work, aren't we? Is what you help?
Well, I help. Predominantly, yeah. I write good blogs. I do feedbacks, and I take good photos. Good photos. I write nice profiles. Nothing I do is illegal. I'm helping a group of vulnerable people who find it hard to find someone to trust because they get ripped off. They get robbed, they get ripped off, they get hurt.
The information is that Viner lives at number 24, the women that they employ work at number 23, and Davis lives at number 22. So all three of the top floor penthouse flats are part of the operation.
Please!
Are there any girls running out of the flats where you are?
Running?
As in working?
Working.
As in
where I live?
Yeah.
Well, not in my place.
Okay.
The guy who owns the top floor, he lets out. I think to 23. I think it's 23. He would let out.
What's his name? Just as
Mark.
Mark.
Viner.
Oh, Viner. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that he is running girls out of there? As in,
no,
he's just letting the rooms out to girls.
He's definitely he can't run himself. he's. I think the way he looks at it is, if someone wants to rent his room or that one of those rooms, it helps to pay towards the upkeep of the three. So he lets his place out sometimes to people, all kinds of people, escorts as well. But I don't get involved. I don't want to know who's there.
Oh, hello. Sorry, what's your name? Sorry, come. Don't just step over here, sweetheart. What's your name?
That very day, I was in 23 talking to a Bulgarian sex worker that he had arranged to be there. And she'd met him, she described him to me. And yet, the same day, he's telling me he doesn't have anything to do with it. So he's not telling us the whole truth.
I just come to the other house and I heard this noise.
All right, Lou, you can see with the police.
Come on in a second.
We need you to sit down, and I need to speak to you.
But,
and we need to check your.
oh my
Would you
God,
sit
I
down?
don't know how
He's clearly helping manage the brothel at number 23 because Mark Viner's nowhere in sight. That girl has made an arrangement with him to pay him the money for her to stay there and use it for sex work. So he's managing that brothel on that day.
Can I just check about the ownership then? Is it the chap who owns 23, who owns the whole of the top floor up there?
Yes, he's my landlord.
Okay.
Right.
He's a nice guy, and if he does, he's like a kid in some ways, but he's he's a nice guy, and he does. He's in Spain, he's at the moment.
Esto es de la vigilancia que realizamos en el aeropuerto hace unos meses, que estaba en compañía de todas estas personas que tenemos inteligencia que puede ser o una potencial víctima o quizás incluso una colaboradora.
Mark's not asking you to get involved in anything shady at all, is he?
No, Mark's I mean, yeah, I suppose what you're thinking of is would me and Mark be working together? Well, the answer is no. And you can ask me anything you want, and I'll give you a very, very clear.
Boom! They caught him right there. Me and Mark working together and how he stuttered that. On top of, they already have the footage of him being around all the collaborators, not necessarily the victims. On top of, they pretty much know from the woman who admitted everything who he actually is. Now they're just trying to figure out who exactly he's trying to protect. So notice in the beginning of this interrogation there, they said, we're specifically not going to mention Mark Viner so it does not mess up our investigation currently going on. So it was actually Davies that mentioned Mark to begin with, which led them down the pipeline of, okay, there is a connection here because we didn't mention Mark, he did.
Answer, look you in the eye and, you know, you can inject me with the truth drug if you want. I would not be involved with anything dodgy where I thought someone was being exploited.
How confident are you that you'd be able to identify if somebody was under pressure?
I'm very confident because it's something I've been doing a long time.
Mark, you always said you would never have 3 people working in the same place because that is a brothel. But you've just had 2 girls turn up in 23. They've said they spoke to you and that they can both go there and work. There's a Spanish girl there at the moment now. She's really unhappy. She doesn't even want to be there in a brothel.
What we've got there is an admission from one of the people who's running these brothels with Viner that it is a brothel. And that's brilliant. No matter what barrister he gets, his co-accused has admitted it's a brothel. He can't go anywhere with that. We definitely...
Only one Zane, what's going on? And notice how you even... Boy, blinking more than Eddie Griffin, ain't he? Blinking more than Eddie Griffin while he's trying to tell his story. And can't save his life.
I think that Viner was running 4 brothels within Cheltenham. We've also got phone contact between him and women who we know organise sex work in pop-up brothels. So I think we can say that hundreds of women will have gone through those.
We know that some of these women are sometimes brought in because they're in awful circumstances back home and they seem to be consenting, but actually somebody's exploiting them somewhere along the line, taking money out of them.
Yeah.
Is there any information you can give us about that? Because that's what we're really interested in. We're interested in people who exploit girls who haven't got an option, really.
I'm not aware of any girl that's been exploited or forced, if that's what you mean.
Hi, Mark. I just spoke to the Spanish girl, and there's not 2 girls there, there's 3 girls there. So you've now got 4 girls in 23, and they're the same girls the taxi driver brings. You know, these girls are being trafficked around the country.
He knows what trafficking is. He knows it's wrong. It's almost like he's read the textbook. We've got it. From a device, we can play that in court.
Yep, they sure can. Because he's pretty much caught right there. He's pretty much caught in his lie.
I mean, what we've got here is very damning for Viner.
I'm not hiding anything. I don't exploit people. I'm not a bad person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
I'm happy.
So the time by the interview room clock is 22:26, and we're going to end this interview.
All right. Thank you.
Aquí hemos montado un dispositivo de vigilancia en torno a un domicilio en el que los investigados es un domicilio fiscal de una de las empresas en las que tienen, que nosotros sospechamos que a través de esa empresa se está blanqueando dinero obtenido ilícitamente.
Lo que nos preocupa de él es que pueda establecerse aquí, obtener una buena posición económica, una tranquilidad económica que le permita lanzar desde aquí o comenzar a desarrollar una actividad como la que podría llevar a cabo en Reino Unido de captar a mujeres y explotarlas sexualmente.
Stand by, stand by, stand by. The subject is out of the subject vehicle. Just duck down, just duck down.
All right, so this is the last part of it here where they pretty much catch everybody, but just there's a very interesting ending to this. That is one of the reasons why I'm showing this. A very interesting and to this. Trust me.
It started off with anonymous package through the door of the police station in Cirencester.
I'm writing to you with some information about... Their names are Mark Viner and Leslie Davis. They're bringing Brazilian girls into the country.
This guy's an accomplished smuggler, and women are one of the commodities. The associates that an organised criminal has can be their downfall.
I would not be involved with anything dodgy where I thought someone was being exploited.
There's a Spanish girl there at the moment now, and she's really unhappy. You know, these girls are being trafficked around the country.
The bank account has turned over in the last year 1.2 million.
What we need to do is find out what happens with that money.
A 440 team, then let him run, let him run.
We have to make sure that the Spanish police see this as a priority, because my biggest fear is that Viner will go off to Brazil and we'll never see him again. We go and arrest him in Spain. We have to have the case there and ready. If we just prove the individual offence of running a brothel, that doesn't deal with the full picture of what's happening here.
Scrolling through his smartphone, looking at profiles of women.
This is an organised criminal who's been living off crime for years, and trafficking is what he's doing, so that's what I need to try and prove.
He states the female has no passport. We've given her a bollocking.
This is an international trade in human misery.
You will suffer for the money. If you have 10 customers in a day, you will be hurt and it happens.
Door. She's looking around. He reaches in, takes something out. She opens that bag. He places whatever he's got into the bag. She's still looking around. She puts the bag over her shoulder now, which may mean that it's heavier. So a proper exchange. In and out.
A week or so ago, I PNC'd a white Audi, which I saw going into the garage. The ANPR data suggests that there has been quite a few of these trips. This vehicle has come to Cheltenham on the 10th, 12th, 13th and 14th, then 19th, 21st, 23rd and 25th, then the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, then the 21st, 22nd, 23rd. So just consecutive days, and certainly on one of those days on 2 occasions. It's every week. And we've seen some kind of exchange, yeah. The vehicle's registered to Wackers Khan. He has given an address in Reading, which we know that Viner is linked to.
All 5's your backup.
4-5. That's warning of a crossroad. Back up to your position.
4-5, yes. Just be careful, mate.
4-5 has the eyeballs. Subject vehicle travels the A435.
And will be held at the traffic light control junction with Wellington Parade.
440 Raptor.
So what do you think Khan is doing?
I think he's collecting money.
Collecting and then giving
money
it to
and then
Viner.
dropping it off at the plaza. And if it is money, clearly they don't want to show that going through bank, do they?
That female has taken a clear plastic bag which is heavily laden from the Mercedes boot. That is placed into the rear passenger seat of the subject vehicle, white Audi.
The plan is to look for an opportunity to arrest Khan. This is a business, so there will be records of some sort.
4-2's in a position with the eyeball if you require.
I want his phones, I want any paperwork he's got. We want to show what they've done over the course of time, build up how that business works.
All right, so this is damn near like when they found OTF Jam. They pretty much about to find somebody that's going to snitch and link everything that they need to for Viner.
You've been arrested on suspicion of a conspiracy to money launder. Can you tell me anything about that?
No comment.
So you watch off inside here. The necklace and your jewellery.
What about your trip to Cheltenham yesterday? Can you tell me about what went on in Cheltenham?
No comment.
Bro said, I ain't saying nothing without my lawyer. They already done told him that. You make sure you don't say nothing. This ain't his first time. You can tell that it ain't his first time being caught, nasty bastards.
Were you given anything to take somewhere when you were in Cheltenham?
No comment.
And it saddens me to say that this is, again, more confirmation of what we literally listened to Jonathan Oddie say. Hip-hop agenda, the hip-hop agenda is used to literally do this, to literally fund and be a cover mask for drug smuggling and human trafficking via flight.
Hi Pete, how's it going? Basically, in Khan's bedroom was a small set of drawers. In there are a couple of notebooks. One has got a lot of the transactions.
5 Mark, 10,380.
And there's like 30K, 27K to Mark. Pages and pages and pages.
They found the money laundering.
We're going to have a look at a notebook now.
What do all these names relate to?
30K to Mark.
Do those figures amount to cash?
It's an absolute wealth of evidence, really. Mark appears to be named repeatedly in here. Mark's a regular. Mark's actually one of the ones who receives the most money. When you total it up, it comes to something like 1.3 million.
What can you tell me about Mark Viner?
No comment.
Have you ever been financially linked to Mr. Viner?
No comment.
We've got Khan's ledger there, and we also have access to his phone, so we can see if there are things that match between this and this.
I'm going to go on to some messages now. Hi Mark, I'm getting around 25 at 7:30 p.m. Mark replies, okay. You ask. Let me know where I should take it. What's that about, please?
No comment.
You've had £178,000 go through one account, and I believe it's money laundering.
He has 29,200, to which you reply, all right, that's fine. I'll see you at the flat.
So do you write him first?
If you think about how big the criminal economy is in the UK, billions and billions and billions of pounds, a lot of that will be cash because it's far too easy to trace if it goes through the bank accounts. It has to be moved around. And if you've got someone who's reliable, who's inconspicuous, you trust him, he's a cash courier.
You push the button there. It's your room service button, okay?
Those were carrier bags full of cash that were being handed over. Viner will know about these arrests, so the clock will be ticking.
Very often, it's at the point of arrest that we get our best information, and of course, we haven't got that opportunity with Mr. Viner. Now, we've got a guy living in Spain, so we have to get a European arrest warrant. That means we have to really nail our colours to the mast. Now, if we charge with an offence, we cannot charge anything else when we bring him back across. This started out as an investigation into trafficking, and that's still our top objective.
Word, I agree with you on the one, Zane. Not even using code talk, right? The crazy thing is, they're not using code talk because they're not scared of their own consequences whatsoever.
The best way to prove trafficking with Viner is going to be to show every part of that offence happening. Somebody has been moved, that Viner's been involved in them being moved. They've then been involved in sex work in circumstances that is exploitation.
So there's some potential around this lady. He actually went out of the country and collected her. And we know that she's a sex worker, so on the face of it, it looks like this is a trafficking.
So we think this is her then?
Yeah, that's who we believe she is.
Yeah.
The concerns I think we'd have around this one are that we've got a gap between her coming into the country and being able to show that she was involved in sex work.
It's got to be more than just sex work. She's got to be exploited though.
Yeah.
Somebody else has to be making money out of her sex work.
He literally had her signing contracts out there in public. Crazy.
This was the lady that we found at the flat, wasn't it? Who
That's right,
was in
yeah.
a relationship with him, and she admitted she was a sex worker, but said that she hadn't been put into sex work by him.
Yeah, that's right. And also with her, we haven't got any evidence of him moving her. So again, we can't show a trafficking by him. These ones, though, we know he paid for them to come into the country. They're almost certainly coming into the country to sex work, but I think that's what we would need to prove next.
He's booked it using his credit card, hasn't he?
Yes.
We've also got him picking them up at the airport and then taking them to Cheltenham.
Yes.
So we've got him actually transporting them.
Yeah.
So what we need is to try and prove them doing sex work. Shortly after they've come in the country, this is possibly the best opportunity for proving that trafficking.
Yeah, definitely.
Crazy, just got right up in the trunk like, all right, give me my shit so I can be comfortable.
This is basically an investigation into Rosanna Gomes, suspected to be facilitating prostitution, human trafficking and money laundering. We got strong suspicion that she is controlling girls from overseas and pushing them into prostitution. And also, there's cash payments going into her account from locations all across the country. She speaks very good English, and the girls don't speak any English. And she is arranging for the girls' clients, takes a cut of the money, Dale, is that right? And she controls them and controls the money side of things. Looking at text messages, Rosanna does use the police as a rod to beat the victims with. If they don't do as she say, she makes threats that she'll get the police round and get them deported. It would be nice to turn the tails on Rosanna a bit today.
Prostitution on its own is not illegal. The illegal part comes in when you're influencing another's prostitution for your own financial gain. So for Rosanna, she's arranging clients. She's clearly influencing when they work, how they work, who they provide services to. It becomes more sinister when Rosanna has in the past threatened to send the police round. Pay me my money is the demand. That's all it's ever been about.
The ideal is that we establish a clear link where Viner passes these girls on and knows that they're going to be working as prostitutes and getting controlled by the Gomezes.
Is it Rosanna? Rosanna Gomez?
Rosanna.
Hello. My name's Dale Morgan. I'm a detective in Bristol Investigations. I'm actually here to talk to you about two things, and I've got quite a few police officers with me, because we need to search your address.
Sorry?
Is there someone we can go where I could talk?
Yeah, sure.
Just to let you know, I'm investigating an incident where prostitution was being controlled for gain. A number of brothels were being run and girls were being moved around the UK. Your name came up in that investigation.
Why?
A separate investigation was then conducted into some financial irregularities.
When?
So at the moment, I have to arrest you on suspicion of money laundering. Okay, and that's contrary to section 327 of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you don't mention one question, something we should later.
The way she just sat down like, oh shit, I'm fucked. I'm all the way fucked. They've caught me.
In court, and anything you do say may be given in evidence, okay?
Okay.
Viner can say, these women I brought in are just friends who happen to do sex work. This woman in Bristol, she's just a friend. We need to be able to show, no, these aren't friends. This is part of a business that you operate.
How can you say your name for the record, please?
My name is Rosanna Gomes.
You were arrested by myself earlier today. Okay, so you've got £158,436 paid into your account, 66,985 of which was paid in by cash. I believe it's through prostitution. Where has all this money come from? What is your involvement in prostitution?
Hippie TV, what's going on?
And what do you do for a living?
No comment.
How do you make money?
Mark Viner met these two females at Bristol Airport. Were the girls working with you?
No comments.
Have you ever met Mark Viner?
No comments.
Well, of course they are. Any availability? I'm looking for 2 rooms in the 7th time. Mark, hope you're okay. Yep, it got her red-handed. That's why she doing just like the coke dealer did. No comment. No comment. No comment.
This is Rosanna contacting Mark back in 2017. She's like introducing herself. They have 2 girls and I own their telephone. They need rooms in Cheltenham for next week.
Okay, Hippie TV, I'll check them out.
I'd like to know if you have 2 rooms available. That's showing that Vina has an understanding of what world she's in by the terminology you use.
That's like the ledgers with all the girls' names and the times on it.
I'm going to come to my second exhibit, which is a ledger that has columns in it, dates at the tops of the columns, female names, and then what appears to be times and hours, and then at the bottom of the column, a number. What
She was pretty much the fucking bookkeeper and accountant for the whole shit.
does that mean? 5:15 and then a half and a tick. Does that mean at 5:15 she had a client for half an hour? And therefore you're owed money. You're there, yeah? I'm there. On the 23rd, Elida had 16 clients in one day. Rosanna made £160 from Elida. There's been this mention earlier about a virtual personal assistant, a virtual PA. What does that actually mean? Or is a virtual PA another way of saying you're a virtual pimp?
We're all right as far as sort of moving the girls goes, because we've got Vina moving them from the airport. We need to show that they're doing sex work, though. We've got to find how they are being exploited.
It's these two I'm interested in. Our guy picked up 2 girls from the airport. 2 days later, they've appeared in her book.
She's then facilitated their prostitution.
By arresting Gomez, we've got the records that we found at her house that show us how many sex worker appointments they had. He collects them, and then within 2 days, they're starting to appear there on the books. And on the 16th, we have, from Adult Work, profile being set up from Gomez's address.
And we've also got a lot of pictures in Gomez's laptop.
But these, without a shadow of a doubt, the girls.
Very nice house, 5-bed, detached house.
Money in this, isn't there? Very nicely done, isn't it? Very expensive. This is going to upset the jury. She's paying no tax.
Yeah, and every 10 quid that she spent on this is a girl doing that appointment.
Absolutely.
You know, that's the reality of it, isn't it?
Very nice of her to keep all these records, isn't it? She's toasted.
Well, it helps with Vina because if you've got the control,
absolutely,
then you've got the trafficking, haven't you?
Yeah.
Somebody has been moved, Vina's been involved in them being moved. They've then been involved in sex work in circumstances that is exploitation.
That's enough for Vina.
See, the trickiest thing about this is, even though, yeah, you can prove that he's doing human sex trafficking, blah, blah, blah. Even if you can prove that, it still doesn't mean anything for him as far as, you know, time, number one, of the actual rules that are put in place, even in these other countries. You know, the rules that are put in place and the penalties that are put in place for the trafficking itself is because it's so unclear on what people think it actually is, when in fact it's more or less just, you know, my whole thing is with this Mark Viner thing is, if we know what he was doing for all these amounts of years, why let him right back out into the system as if nothing happened?
A succession of girls, sometimes together, working for Millennium Plaza, offering sex.
Can we link Davis to the brothel that we'll be able to charge Viner with?
Yeah, a text message came up of him advertising the room, so...
Perfect.
I'm going to ask you right out, have you ever run a brothel with Mark Viner?
No, definitely not.
You also denied that you had any involvement in the letting or arrangement of accommodation for sex workers.
Yes, absolutely. Never.
Right.
Never, ever, ever.
Hi, dear.
Yeah, we got you here filming the models for the site.
My friend Mark's place is available from Friday if you want it.
My friend Mark's place is available.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and next week. Hi, my dear. Yes, my friend's place is definitely available, so you can come, okay? From now.
These are WhatsApp messages from that iPhone. You say, Mark's place is available Saturday and Sunday. You can come Friday and stay in my house, then work early next day if you want.
She's agreed to come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Next week. She said yes, please. She's very interested to come from Friday for a week, or maybe from Monday for a week. I don't know. She's.
So I want you to think about this, right? And I pray there is, only because of how this, needs to be stopped. If there's a police officer listening in here, you should probably take a look at the Hackney house that Drake owns but never fucking goes to in London. In correlation to this. Remember when we went down the board of the blind item board and we had revisited the fact that Drake had purchased, a $500,000 home in Hackney, in London? Have y'all ever seen Drake go to this supposed fucking home in London? And from what I'm hearing on here, oh yes, my friend's house is available. Oh my friend's house is available. Oh, my friend's house is available. We saw the clips. I didn't put them up on the last time we did the blind items, but there were literally clips of people talking about Drake having to do with these young girls going to these brothels. And I'm not talking about young girls like 22, 23. I'm talking about they were like 15, 16, 17, even younger.
She's to a few girls today, so whoever says yes can come first.
It's just another example of him knowing exactly what Viner does. He's assisting with the running of the brothel.
I've always thought of myself as a good person. I can't believe I'm in this situation.
We apply for a warrant for the arrest of Mark Viner, and Mr. Davis is joining him on the indictment.
Yep.
So we've got 2 money laundering charges, keeping managing in a brothel, ×2, control of prostitution for gain, ×2, then arranging and facilitating the travel of another with a view to exploitation, ×2, i.e. 2 trafficking charges. When somebody goes overseas, things just get more complicated. We have no powers outside of the UK. We can't just go over there and arrest him and bring him back. So we would have to seek a European arrest warrant, which is quite a high bar to pass. Hi, Pete.
Hi, Gareth.
It was just to update you on the court hearing. It was all successful and we did get everything. So it's all gone through. So yeah, we're quite pleased, quite relieved.
Oh, well done.
So the next thing is boots on the ground in Spain, really. The main prize is our main man under arrest.
That's what we really want.
So, you've seen him today in the car?
And yesterday.
And yesterday. And that was the silver Porsche?
See.
So what time are you thinking?
At 7, there's gonna be a team in there, just in case he gets out earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, this morning he came out at 7:40.
Yeah. He was always an early starter in the UK.
He would sleep. He would sleep 4 hours, 5 hours, and keep going.
Regional gas coming in. Right. Right side there. The one on the other side.
Yeah. Just grab that out.
You want me to go?
Just take a seat in there.
Yeah. Which one do you want?
Mark, is your Spanish good enough? You understand what's going on?
No.
Well, there's a European arrest warrant been issued, and you've been arrested. The charges are trafficking, money laundering, controlling a brothel. We'll obviously give you a copy of everything. Obviously, this will be going back to England to get it sorted out.
I'll tell my wife.
You will be able to, but it's obviously with the Spanish police at the moment, the arrest is for them to do.
Now, what did y'all just notice, right? Meanwhile, they done put Homeland Security did a full-on GTA 5-star tanks rolling down the street. Military every goddamn where. Put your hands up. Put your hands on my eyes. Can see you. Buster interrogation on the kids. All that. And this nigga just gotta walk down the street. Hey, just get in this back seat real here. We're gonna tell you you're arrested. Same crime. Completely different way of handling it, huh? Just like the diddler. He's supposed to be turning himself in the day before. Or just the day after. They said, no, we're going to get you now. While you all 2 seat up and don't know what's coming. Same exact way. I'm sitting here saying to myself, why is it such leniency for this gentleman? Now, of course, the diddler has done far too much. Let me be very transparent on the record saying that. But, like I said, same crime. Same exact crime. Different outcome as far as arrests.
No, I will say Mark is quite separate to anything the Spanish have said to you. I'm obviously an English police officer, as is my colleague Liz. We do suspect you of criminal offences, so you do not have to say anything to us.
I cannot
but
open.
anything you do say, maybe given in evidence, okay?
Are you taking me to England now?
You will be going eventually, yeah.
My views on him are, he's nice on the outside, but actually he's got a very dark inside.
Bro was wealthy and rich off the trafficking, wasn't he?
When did you last see him?
Well, I believe when you arrested him. I don't think he's been back in the country since then, and I probably spoke to him for a week or two, just a few messages. After that, it's it. I blocked him and have nothing to do with him. I don't ever want anything to do with him again. When things go wrong, he runs away.
Right.
Then won't face the consequences of what he's done. So he has so many problems with so many girls.
Right.
You know, attacking him or him and them fighting
Yeah, we've
together,
seen
and
that.
police coming 3 times
Domestics,
at me. So I suppose there must be something a bit dark inside. So yes, I mean he's got a baby face, angel face, you know, but all of those things about him are not true.
Hi Gareth, just thought I'd give you a quick update. He came out about 7:30 or so, and they nicked him just as he got to the car. Looking through his stuff, we've got 2 iPhones. One is broken, the other one he's given us the codes for, so that's all good. Got a laptop, an Apple laptop, which is good. And he's got loads of bank cards on him, about 10, 12 bank cards. He gets between £2,000 and £10,000 a week in cash.
2,560.
60, right. Did you? And so they're saying the cash is €2,560. I mean,
2,560.
I'll make a note of it in here. Obviously, you've seen them count it as well. He's also got £2,500 in cash on him, which is quite a lot. Is that to do with the boat? There is stuff relating to some sort of notary where he's setting up a boat rental company. They've got a child and she's pregnant again. The child is 11 months old and they've got a maid or a nanny who they're employing who he says is Portuguese, but we've got her name, so obviously have to have a look at her, make sure.
Okay, so real quick, as I said before, you heard what the other one got. They got like a year in just community service and probation or whatever, right? But do all what Mark Viner was doing, right, and all the things that he was able to, you know, purchase and do that. Look at this. Like I said, I already said it earlier, but just in case no one caught it. So, taking viewers slam joke 5-year sentence given to head of an organized crime group who made up $1.3 million a year trafficking women from Brazil to UK and was found in Spain living in a 7-bed villa. So it's about Mark Viner here, right? Mark Viner only got 5 years for this entire thing. Literally, that's all he got was 5 years for the trafficking. Now, I know you're saying to yourself, well, wait, that's just London, right? No, that's literally how the system works for these types of crimes. So, absolute shocker of a sentence: 5 years, 9 months for human trafficking and exploiting sex workers. The beast will be out and enjoying his retirement fairly soon. Meanwhile, his 2 cohorts escape unscathed. What the fuck, wrote someone else. So, this is just, like I said, one example of how this human trafficking isn't even, you know, it's not even penalized the way it should be. And I found one more thing we're going to look at here before I get into some Diddy news that pretty much emphasizes our justice system is fucked.
Hello, this is a free call from
Joe.
an inmate at
San Diego Central Jail.
This call is being recorded. You may start the conversation now.
Hello? Hello? I don't love nobody but you. I just really want to get out of jail, like now. Now. Can you do me a favor?
What?
Can you bail me out? Because I don't want to be here.
I know, I'm trying.
James Gary, well, when I met him, was 19 years old. He ended up making some calls from jail, which are all recorded. All jail calls are recorded. And he was calling several young women that he knew, girlfriends of his. He was 19 years old, and these girls were 15 and 16. James was trying to convince these young women to get money together for him to be able to post bail.
Hey, I'm about to make a basket. How do you do that?
You go on, Craigslist, the back page, and you take some cute little pictures. Hey, you deleted all those young pictures though? Like, ones that make you look
Yeah, they did.
Okay. Alright, baby.
I'll send the pictures on Facebook.
Come on, baby. At Starbucks, handling business. You feel me? I'm sending you somewhere where the well ain't dry, man. So just be good with that mouthpiece. And don't put my motherfucking lips on nobody.
Why would I do that?
Unless alright, if that's what you gotta get me out.
Has there ever been a time where you made a decision in a relationship that, you didn't think you would ever do, but you did it because you cared about that person or you loved that person?
Love you.
I love you too.
Or you made a decision out of a space of fear.
When I get back, I'm gonna have some dates. If not, I'm taking the phone.
You chose to make this decision because you were worried about what might happen to you or what might happen to other people, but you compromised your values in some way, shape, or form because you were motivated by the fear of your own personal safety or others.
I had to slap her.
I call it psychological kidnap.
There is no one thing that isolates you or insulates you from experiencing trafficking. Anyone can experience human trafficking.
For more than a year, we've been investigating the complicated issue of the sex trafficking of children in San Diego. We've reviewed hundreds of records, talked with survivors.
My exploitation started at 12.
17. Yeah, she was 17 years old. I'm not gonna quit. I'm not giving up on my daughter.
We've heard from traffickers.
I heard that you make an email and then you go on, Craigslist, the back page, and you take some cute little pictures.
We're taking you into a dark underworld that operates in broad daylight.
Here was a 74-year-old man who was having sex with minors, who had success in the corporate America. He got a get out of jail free card.
There is no such thing as child prostitution. What you are buying is child rape.
It is a battle and a half.
but there is hope.
And showing you how we all can be part of the solution. This is Stolen.
And it is all a mental manipulation. It's a mental brainwashing that takes place. This is one of the most horrific injustice we have in our communities right now. My exploitation started at 12, so it started really, really young. The grooming process where the trafficker begins to gain the trust of the victim started before that. So it took about 4 or 5 years. It's not the stranger danger kind of situation. It's usually somebody that is close to the youth and that has direct access to them.
Why don't we start telling our kids the truth about that 80% of the harms that are going to come to them are not going to be from a stranger who pulls them off on the streets. It's going to be from someone trying to befriend them, or someone who is posing as a friend, or a family, or a coach, or a teacher that comes in and tries to exploit them.
Why do you think we have such a problem here?
It is unfortunately a very easy crime to perpetrate. It involves human deception, human exploitation, and it can take on any form. Drugs are the first criminal industry everywhere in the world and right here in San Diego. Second is the selling and buying of human beings for purpose of profit. That's human trafficking.
When they hear human trafficking, they think of, someone
So
coming
let me
over
move
in a
this up a
shipping
little bit.
container in the middle of the night, or
that's.
Let me move this up just a little bit, because the main focus of this right here is not necessarily James Gary, as much as who James Gary was doing business actually for.
Manipulated them into prostituting themselves online for bail money. Gary also said he knew a wealthy man who paid young girls for sex.
I was asking you what was Ron's name on Facebook again.
Oh, Ron, and his last name is P-O-S-N-E-R. He's CEO or something, I don't know.
You guys need to chicken. You got that much money, you should chicken on fire at the same time.
Oh, yeah, he got it. So, you feel me? I'm sending you somewhere where the well ain't dry, so you know, just be good with that mouthpiece.
Gary gave the 15-year-old detailed instructions on how to get Ron Posner's attention on Facebook.
He accepted my friend because he said hi. What am I supposed to say?
So ask him a question about his work or something. Be like, hey, hey, what do you do? Or, hey, stranger, you work for blah, 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 what do y'all do? Keep it real professional. Don't sound young. Trust me, you like girls that look like you.
Yeah, he's old. Dude, he's really old.
Yeah, he's really, really old. Really, 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 really old.
At the same time, the other girl James Gary was talking with from jail was having sex with Ron Posner for money, and James Gary wanted out of jail.
Can you bail me out?
I know, I'm trying.
When's the last time you talked to Ron?
Earlier.
What are you talking about?
He was trying to get my phone. She told me he was going to tell me when he got off.
Tell him to hold off on the phone. You need some emergency money.
10 days after Gary was locked up, the 15-year-old said the plan with Ron Posner worked.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm going to bail you out today because, Ron, he's supposed to be giving me the money.
Ron Posner is a successful tech entrepreneur and CEO. He admitted in court he had sex with both teens.
He's 74. He's well educated. He's wealthy. But the district attorney decided, he was more worth protecting than my client.
On June 10, 2016, Ron Posner was given immunity by former San Diego County District Attorney Bonnie Dumanis' office to testify against James Gary.
So ain't that some bullshit, right? So yes, James Gary is definitely doing wrong by pimping out his 16-year-old girlfriend. He's definitely doing wrong, yes. But what does that say about the 74-year-old man sleeping with a 16-year-old? He just got immunity because he was a witness? So pretty much he gets to enjoy having underage girls while the other guy pretty much gets to rot in jail? That's literally what happened here. They gave him immunity after admitting he slept with the 16-year-olds. He admitted. Like, what? You give him immunity? Immunity. No year in jail, no probation. He got immunity? 74 years old, slept with 2 16-year-olds and admitted it and got immunity. Immunity, y'all.
No criminal charges. As we looked into this case more closely, we discovered a hole in our legal system when it comes to prosecuting people who pay children for sex.
Ron Posner got off scot-free and got to go home to his beautiful Balboa Park condo and gets to see the planes fly in. And my client gets 10 plus years in prison. He's sitting in a prison cell right now. And that bothers me.
Ron speaking.
Can I record this on the record portion of our talk?
Yes, you can.
When we started this investigation into the sex trafficking of minors in San Diego, we wanted to find the stories behind the arrests. So our executive producer went to the courthouse to read the case files.
I went to every courthouse and I looked through stacks of cases filed for trafficking, pimping, and pandering charges in the last 5 years. And that's when I came across the case against James Gary.
And what caught our attention were these recorded jailhouse phone calls. It was a chance to hear a convicted trafficker manipulating young girls into selling themselves online.
But the tapes were under seal, meaning that we'd have to get a judge's approval to listen to them and share them with the public. So we filed a request, and after weeks of waiting, we got word that our request was approved. We had the tapes.
Hey, I'm about to make a back page. How do you do that?
Well, I'm on a jail phone, but I heard that you make an email and then you go on, Craigslist, the back page, and you take some cute little pictures. You leave a number at the bottom, and then people hit you up for massages or, whatever people are into. So I've heard.
James Gary was in jail on an assault charge when he began coaching the girls on how to make money.
Hey, what would you put as age?
Age? 19.
I thought so too.
My homegirl used to make a lot of money off the fetishes.
I don't even know what that is. What'd you say?
As we listened to these conversations, there were reminders of just how young these girls were. But in addition to that, there was something else that took us by surprise.
I was asking you what was Ron's name on Facebook again.
Oh, Ron, and his last name is Posner.
Posner?
Yeah.
James Gary knew of this wealthy older man, and from what we heard in the calls, it appeared he had a reputation for paying young girls for sex.
Well, he with young ass girls, so he already know how to go down. That's why he's asking, because he know he can't come over to wherever you at. He asking because he want to know if you're gonna come over to his condo or if you're gonna get you a room.
A room?
Yeah, a room. He'll get you a room somewhere. If he don't got no girls at the house, he'll take you there to show, he'll show off.
We wanted to know who is Ron Posner. We emailed him, and he agreed to talk with us.
Ron speaking.
Can I record this on the record portion of our talk?
Yes, you can.
Can you tell me a little bit about yourself? What have your background as far as, you've had a hand in some pretty successful companies.
Yeah, I moved to San Diego about 7-8 years ago.
2 decades earlier, Ron Posner took the top job to run a company that made software you've probably heard of, Norton Antivirus.
Norton Antivirus removes that.
I was CEO of Norton Computing, which is
So there you have it. There's the main reason why they chose to protect this guy. I know some of y'all are like, well, what the fuck, Norton? That's small. That's not necessarily small. Norton Antivirus is literally used again by the government.
virus software company in Los Angeles. and sold that to Symantec. That was one of the things I did, but that was, 1990, so, a long time ago.
And what exactly is your, expertise?
Business management, and mostly tech.
Norton Security is literally their window to looking at every last one of y'all that got computers. Norton Antivirus is said to be a fucking virus itself. This is not trying to go too far off the rail with where we're at. But the real reason why they chose to keep this guy around, being that he is the CEO of Norton Antivirus, what are we in right now, right? World War III is set to happen, and one of the biggest things that they keep talking about is the fucking power grid getting knocked out and all of the internet just gone. All the electronic records that are out there, or should I say that they have on file. All these different, they are scared to death. Scared to death of the grid going down. Okay? And internet just gone. Scared to death of that happening right now. But Norton Antivirus is literally their own window into each and every one of our homes right now. If you have any type of anti-security firmware that, if you haven't read between the fine line and things, you probably are getting spied on by the government and don't even know.
Technology-related companies, although I have gotten involved with this company in China, which is a prepaid credit card company, not technology company.
In 2016, can you kind of just tell me when was the first time you interacted with?
She approached me initially, I think, probably on Facebook, and eventually she came over to see me.
And when you say get together, you mean like going out on a date?
Yeah, we, I think, went for coffee or something down in my building. Wanted to get together about once every other week or once a month. I forget exactly how often, but, on a semi-regular basis, she wanted to get together. And again, I knew nothing about this guy in the background. That came out later.
Right. And did you have sex?
A little bit eventually.
I was about to cry today. If I couldn't get you out, I was about to cry.
Don't cry.
A little bit eventually. I can't believe that those words came out of his mouth. A little bit eventually. We live in a very sick, sadistic world, don't we?
I just focus.
I don't care. I just want you to be here. I'm tired of laying down with Ron.
Thank you. Thank you.
Posner paid the 15-year-old girl $500, and she used it to bail James Gary out of jail. Weeks later, prosecutors started listening to these recorded jailhouse phone calls and began a sex trafficking investigation into James Gary. On April 4th, 2016, prosecutors knocked on Ron Posner's door.
Come and sit down.
What you're listening to is a recording of investigators for the district attorney interviewing Posner for the first time.
Let me start out by saying that by no means are you under arrest or are you compelled, to talk to us or anything like that.
I'm happy to talk to you if I can help.
The individual.
Now, see, this is the fucked up part right here, right, that they're doing. Even how they're interrogating him, right? They know already ahead of time going into this that he definitely slept with 16-year-old girls or old or younger, I should say, right? They definitely know and confirm he slept with underage women. Yet the initial intro speech is, hey, you don't have to talk to us and you're not being arrested. We just want you to know that up front. So anything you want to tell us, just feel free. It's okay. You can lie. You can fabricate. Whatever the fuck you want to do. You're not even being arrested.
That I'm investigating during my investigation of this individual, I have come across your name from his lips. From what I understand, these women you have hired, per se, to be companions of yours?
Not really, but go on.
And this is most of the questions that I ask you, I already know the answers to. Okay, because I've done a lot of research on this case, and I understand a lot of what's going on.
Okay.
It's not a secret that you enjoy the company of young black females, and so that's the reason why I'm here.
Okay.
So if you could be a little bit more honest with me in regards to your relationships with these two gals, that would help out my investigation a great deal.
Okay, what would you like to know?
What has been your relationship with?
I've gone out with the movies a couple times.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And have you had sex with her?
Yes.
Okay.
Once.
Okay. And was there an exchange of payment for spending time?
Once.
Okay. And was there an exchange of payment for spending time with her?
No.
Okay. Have you?
Lie 1 and 2. You only slept with her once, and then you lied and said you didn't pay for it.
Given her cash or presents or anything of that sort at any time?
Gave her $50 once when she said she had to pay rent.
Okay. And that's the extent of the money. I'm thinking that you probably have given her more money than $50.
Well, not much more. If it was maybe 100, but yeah, not a lot.
Okay. And what about, you never had sex with her, or have you had sex with her?
Once.
Okay. How much money did you give her at that time?
I think 300.
Investigators traced James Gary's $500 bail money back to Ron Posner.
So I think what's happening here is that you're kind of a lucrative fish per se for them to use in that regard.
Right.
It could probably be a mutual thing between, the both of you, meaning that obviously you get their company and they get your cash per se.
Right.
So that's where we're at with that one.
2 weeks after this interview, James Gary was arrested and charged with sex trafficking both girls.
James Gary I was appointed his attorney. It's clear to me that Posner's role in this is much bigger. His role is he is one of these predators who goes around and targets young women. He's 74 years old, dating underage women. And the district attorney interviews him, try to get information about my client, and ends up calling him as a witness at both the preliminary examination and at trial, and gives him an immunity letter. It's clear to me that Posner's role in this is much.
I still will never understand the immunity letter, but I really just want to share that particular case with y'all. Of course, we're getting into those hours right now, so I don't know if we got time to read the entire. I mean, it's a long-ass list. It's a long docket. The James Gary case versus the state. That's another thing. They call it the United States versus James Gary, with very little, and I mean little, very little mention of Ron Posner. Very little mention of Ron Posner, as if he was never even involved in what happened. That's the fucked up part about that. The whole case, that whole docket you read, you do not really mention or see Ron Posner mentioned at all. It is pretty much just something to get rid of Gary, because he whistle blew on something that not necessarily anybody was privy to. Let me see. All right, what's going on here? I take my niece, my nephew, my two daughters into the system who were part of the sex trafficking. Look it up. Marshall versus County of LA. Because I didn't turn against my parents or lie on them. They gave my daughters, which the first one is from a rape. My other kids is from my ex-husband to my rapist, James Smith. Who turned out to be the Lancaster serial rapist by my DNA, and then it all over the news that he was in Lancaster serial rape, that he was a Lancaster serial rapist in the Hills court, was trying to bribe me with $2.2 million. I turned it down, and my life became in danger. When one of my children are missing in the system, and they were supposed to produce her, and that's when all of this stuff aired on the news. The juvenile children's court system is the biggest sex traffickers on the planet. You can look it up. Frank Marshall versus County, LA. No, see, that's the thing, right? Allie Carter. When we looked at a video of Allie Carter, she literally said that she was a CPS kid, that she came from CPS. Child Protective Services is how she got sex trafficked. So I definitely believe that as well. There's a huge ring in Child Protective Services right now as far as kids pretty much getting inducted or indoctrinated into sex trafficking very early on through these Child Protective Services as well. So I definitely feel for you there, Aubrey, and I'll look at that. I will look at that case very shortly. But I guess the next thing we had here would be the updates that I had. I lost track of thought. The updates that we had here. Let's see. Oh, before I get into that, because I want to stay on the subject of the trafficking part, right? Now, someone mentioned the tunnels earlier.
Are you a Michael Jackson fan? If yes, you must recognize this iconic black and gold military style jacket on display. This was once worn by the king of pop himself. His jackets and other accessories are currently up for auction at a store near London. Now let's take a trip to Los Angeles. This mansion is where Michael Jackson lived and passed away in 2009. Just a short distance away is the home of another music mogul, American rapper Sean Diddy Combs.
Don't worry if I write rhymes, I write.
And this is where our story begins. Diddy is currently in jail, facing serious charges related to sex trafficking and racketeering. Days after Diddy's arrest, a conspiracy theory has emerged online suggesting there is a secret underground tunnel at his mansion that connects to Michael Jackson's home. According to one version of the story, a neighbor sent an anonymous tip to federal officers about unusual activity at Diddy's house. When the agents arrived, Diddy's team reportedly prevented them from entering. Despite this, the agents decided to search Diddy's newly renovated bedroom. When they moved the bed, they allegedly found a tunnel hidden under a rug and discovered children's clothes inside the passage.
You're not going to believe this, but there is, in fact, a Diddy and Michael Jackson connection.
Social media users have since raised questions about Michael Jackson's death, with some calling for a reopening of his case and alleging Diddy's involvement. However, it's important to note that there is no evidence confirming the existence of this tunnel, and authorities have not verified these claims.
So all while everybody was the tunnel leads to the Playboy Mansion and these other houses, not one person thought about the fact that the damn tunnels led directly to Mike's house. Now, here's the kicker to that, right? And they're about to talk about this in a second. Fahim Muhammad.
The relationship between Sean Diddy Combs and Michael Jackson is not very well documented. They were seen together at the 2003 VMA party hosted by Diddy, but there's no indication of a close friendship. In fact, Diddy shared a funny story about Michael unexpectedly crashing that party while looking for Beyonce.
Mr. Michael Jackson is here to see you. I chit-chat, and so right there he has his arm, bring that up so they can see his arm around me, but then you don't see the shot of him whispering in my ear. Right after the shot was taken, he whispers in my ear, he says, "Where's Beyonce?" Really?
In a later...
Now, the crazy thing is, how many times now have y'all heard different people reference different jokes or even have different stories of Beyonce being at these fucking Diddy parties. I mean, from Ruda to Duda. Michael even asked, yo, where Beyonce?
Interview, Diddy expressed his admiration for Michael and a desire to collaborate, but their schedules never matched. Now here's a surprising link between Sean Diddy Combs and Michael Jackson you must know. Fahim Muhammad, Diddy's head of security, used to work for Michael Jackson as his security chief. Notably, Muhammad was among the first to discover Jackson's body after his death. Before working for Diddy, Muhammad was Jackson's bodyguard and driver. Known as Mr. Fix-It, Muhammad now faces allegations of shielding Diddy from authorities in an ongoing lawsuit. Michael Jackson passed away in Los Angeles on 25th June 2009 at the age of 50. The cause of his death was officially ruled to be an overdose of the anesthetic propofol. His personal doctor, Dr. Conrad Murray, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter for administering the drug. Michael Jackson's life was filled with controversy. He faced allegations of child sexual abuse in 1993 and again in 2005. Although he was acquitted and the FBI found no evidence against him, these allegations continued to follow him throughout his life. Now let's come back to Diddy's case. In March this year, police raided Sean Diddy Combs' Los Angeles home. The investigation uncovered disturbing details about his private life. Authorities found large quantities of drugs and unusual items, including over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricants allegedly used for secretive gatherings known as freak-offs. Diddy's lavish parties were often attended by A-list celebrities.
Let's be transparent about that also now, right? That was liquid GHB, or, you know, pretty much what knocked him out. That baby oil. Let's also put context to that. Now, while we're on the subject here, because I had found this a while ago, and I actually wanted to bring this to light. So remember when everyone was asking, of course, you know, I believe it was Fury B that actually asked this question in the chat. Would the baby oil be linked to Kim Porter's death? And the answer is yes. The answer is very much yes. Because if we're thinking about how she actually died, so exogenous lipoid pneumonia, this type is caused by breathing in, get this, by breathing in a fatty or oil substances like vegetable oil or mineral oil. The oil particles gather in the lungs and cause pneumonia. Exogenous lipoid pneumonia can be acute or sudden and severe, or get this, or long-term with ongoing exposure to oil substances. So this is what an article literally said right here, right? Baby oil is a common household product that is frequently used when there are infants or toddlers in the house. However, it is often overlooked as a potential source of danger to these youngsters. In 1983, 36,700 cases of ingestion were reported to the poisoning surveillance and epidemiology branch of the Food and Drug Administration's topical preparations used in the care of infants accounted for 480 of the cases. 10% of these required hospitalization. In 36 cases, the product ingested was baby oil. This figure did not include the baby lotions and other skin products with a mineral oil base. Aspiration of mineral oil, the main component of baby oil, has been described as a cause of what? Lipoid pneumonia and oleomus. Excuse me. Yes, that's the word. So pneumonia and oleomus is what I was trying to say. However, there is very little information in the modern literature concerning acute lipoid pneumonia in children. We herein present a patient with lipoid pneumonia caused by aspirated baby oil who followed a severe clinical course. The paucity of information regarding this subject points to the need for increased public and physician awareness of the problem and for the direct participation in the prevention of this potentially fatal condition. Do this real quick. Yep. So I'm not sure which one she actually had. Boom. Now they're saying that she died from lobar pneumonia. But look what it says, a type of pneumonia caused by bacterial infection. Weren't those CIA tunnels starting from the Hugh Hefner house? Yes, those definitely Hugh Hefner. The tunnels still have Hugh Hefner involved. The crazier thing is a map, pretty much, with those underground tunnels. Wait, I didn't even read that because I was reading the article there. So, yeah, I did read that too in these New Eyes. The cheesecake was for Beyonce too. So I swear to God, I'm not lying. My niece, that is the child of my missing sister, was molested by this guy and the Norton CEO guy. I swear to God, you can talk to her right now. What I'd like to do is I would like to set up a time where we can have this discussion as well. So Abra, if you're not busy Thursday evening, I would love to have you as well as her come on to the pod, and we'll have a discussion of that. So I know it's very late in some places right now. You know, you guys are in LA, so it's actually probably 11 o'clock right now. Excuse me, it's probably not that late, but you know what I mean. I know it's getting late for some people in here right now, so we're gonna have let's set that up for Thursday. Or hell, we can do it tomorrow. Not even Thursday. We'll do it tomorrow. We can do it. We can definitely do the conversation tomorrow. But I wanted to give it its own episode. That's why I was saying Thursday. So yeah, give me till at least Thursday, and we'll do that as well. Because it sounds like you have a very interesting story here, and we do need to get to the bottom of it. And of course, we'll do some live research on the pod as far as, you know, getting down to it. I'll definitely do that for you, Abra. So if you can, just please let me know when the availability for Thursday evening. I'll be getting home about 7, 8 o'clock my time, CT. So that's about 9, 10 o'clock you guys' time. So on the East Coast, I should say. In LA, that's 3 hours behind. So I'm trying to think now, 7 o'clock. So about 4 or 5 o'clock your time is when I'll be getting home, Abra. If you're in LA, just to give you the heads up. So definitely, if you like to. I would love to have, the family on the pod. That way we can get a full, thorough discussion and, full establishment of awareness is what I'm saying. Full awareness of what's going on out here. I would never, I'll never, turn you guys away as far as wanting to share your story. We did a whole pod for King Ozma. I'm mad that Bill Gates decided to, have that taken down because we found that he was involved in depopulation in Louisiana. Hell, he's involved in the depopulation now. He's moved on to Florida. He's involved in the depopulation of Florida now. They've released millions of mosquitoes there. You see what happened with the hurricanes. Florida is pretty much being targeted right now, if you will. I don't want to get too far off topic of the diddler. So... Another diddler news. So as you saw here, those tunnels, there's a lot more that meets the eye when we're talking about Michael Jackson and those tunnels, and of course Fahim Muhammad being the new head of security for Diddy and used to be security for Michael Jackson. A lot of people were saying that Fahim Muhammad pretty much helped and assisted in the murder of Michael Jackson, and now we're seeing evidence of a tunnel that lead directly to Diddy house. We can definitely see where one actually ran to and fled to after the murder of Michael Jackson was successful, because he would become Diddy's new security as well. So another thing that was going on. So we'll look at the other model first, or this one? Yeah, we'll look at this model.
I'll give you some background to how I ended up at a Diddy party.
Breaking news right now related to music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested in a Manhattan hotel this evening after a grand jury indicted the music mogul,
charging Sean Combs allegedly playing.
People, young men as well, are taken advantage of, and there is a way of doing it. There's drugs involved. There's manipulation involved. There is all sorts of abuse involved in the situation that we are in, and not a lot of people have the strength to talk about it because they're scared for their life, their safety. Their career could be ended. I'll give you some background to how I ended up at a Diddy party. As a model in the entertainment industry, you are encouraged by your agent, your booker, your manager, to attend parties, to socialize, to network, to possibly gain jobs in the model industry. So when you're presented with that kind of, experience, you think, wow, this is an opportunity to go far in my career. I can meet the right people. I can get to meet all these amazing celebrities. Like, why not go? It's an opportunity pretty much of a lifetime, because not everybody gets the opportunity to go to these white parties and the branded vodka party. It's really invite only. So I was approached by a VIP host, a kind of a club promoter, but on the higher scale, as it were. And he basically said, I host these amazing parties. Everything is taken care of. You don't have to worry about anything. We provide accommodation. So when you go to the Hamptons, there is a house that you could stay at, which is very beautiful, very lavish, very stylish. And you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to pay for anything. Everything is covered. So they will provide a car service. So the car will come and pick us up from the house, or if we're coming directly from Manhattan, the black SUVs would come and, basically get us from the city and take us to the Hamptons. On this particular occasion, I was invited to Diddy's white party, and I was amongst other models that I was just getting to know. Some of them I didn't know. We all got onto this, this bus, basically taking us from Manhattan to Long Island, which is where the Hamptons is. There was a party in the Hamptons by a club that did a pop-up during the summer season. And I was there with some other models, and there was several other A-list celebrities amongst, the rest of the people that were attending. They had the table on, I would say, the left side, and then on the right side, there was Diddy's inner circle. So he wasn't present at that time, but his inner circle that had been at multiple other parties, white parties, the vodka parties, was there. And then before I know, I felt like something tapping me, and I turned away from my girlfriends and I look, and it's a security guard. But it's not the club security, it's the inner circle of Diddy's crew. One of his security had come over to me and was saying, do you want to come over to our table, basically? And I turned and I said, I just ignored him. I just carried on like it didn't happen. So I'm enjoying myself. Then I start to feel something cold. So I turned And one of his inner circle friends, rappers, that is very close to him, was throwing ice at me. In the middle of a club, throwing ice at me to get my attention. And because it's been a few years and I've been exposed to these people, I turned and looked at this rapper, dead in his face, and I just showed him a disgust. I was just so disgusted with that type of behavior and the way that they treat women. And the thought of him thinking that he could just get away with doing something like that and just feel comfortable in doing it, because nobody's going to turn around and say, you can't be throwing ice at a woman in a club, in a crowded club like this. Nobody said anything to him. Not a single person. I looked to the left to look at the A-list celebrities who were also drinking and having a good time on their own tables. They looked at me and they just, they kind of was aware of it and didn't say anything, was just like...
Very similar situation to Tiana's party, is it not? When she went to a Diddy party. Thank you once again for that super chat, Abra. I greatly appreciate it. Keep doing Jesus work. Yes, I shall. Yes, I shall. I feel like you're about to touch on something gravely deeper. Do you have IG and PayPal? Yes, I do have IG and PayPal. I do have an Instagram. The Instagram is right there on the bottom left. Chill_Murray. Feel free to hit that up. Feel free to hit that up at any given time.
Like, wow, okay. So I turned back around. I just gave him a look of disgust, and I turned and went back to my friends.
And Cash App is much better than, for me anyway. Cash App is, I do have PayPal, but Cash App is actually better.
Being a person who was drugged, initially when I very first started going to these industry parties, and that was the vodka brand that I was drinking with a splash of cranberry juice. And the fact that I sipped that drink, and it was only one sip that I needed to take for me to have felt that initial thing that happened to me. I mean, it literally was one of the worst things that's ever happened to me in my life, because it's never going away. That kind of experience is left with you. But if they had tried to do anything to me in that party when I was drugged, I wouldn't have been able to protect myself. I wouldn't have been able to push them away. I mean, models go through so much, and people don't seem to understand what we go through. We're exposed to the most crazy people. And so many of them are scared to talk about it because they don't want to be, they're worried for their lives, They don't want to be hurt in any way. To me, I think the common sense of a situation like that would have been the fact that their parents should have been present at all times. There is no way that their parents should have left their children with this man by themselves. So that in itself should have been there. The parents should have been present. I don't know why the parents weren't there and protecting their child from this even happening. Because nobody around Diddy is going to say, no, you can't do that. So you need to be there to be there to protect your child. It's very strange to me that the parents dropped them off at this camp and picked them up whenever he decided that it was time for them to go home, or whatever the case may be. I think it's very strange. I don't understand it. Maybe the parents have an explanation as to why they were doing it or who convinced them to do it. But that should have been one of the first steps. Anybody under 18 should have a parent with them at all times in the entertainment industry, in my opinion, from my experiences, because that child cannot know how to defend themselves in that way, especially if somebody who is so much older than you is convincing you that this is the right thing to do. This will elevate your career, and this is how you're going to become a star.
All right, so the way these models have to be nude backstage at these runway shows is insane. Yeah, very true, very true. It makes it hard for you to look at that nowadays, doesn't it? It makes you hard to even say, damn, am I over-sexualizing this woman? Or, you know what I mean? It just makes you think nowadays. It truly makes you even think nowadays. What else? Oh, almost forgot where. Almost lost my train of thought. So another situation. Another situation with the diddler. Yes, I did read that, Abra. I did read that. I don't know if you heard Big CC thing when he was poisoned by the cyanide. Yes, I did hear. He's actually been on a, I almost want to say a PR run with interviews. Like he's just been he's far from just Cam Capone and Art of Dialogue. So he's just doing everybody, and I mean everybody's podcast right now, and pretty much just whistleblowing and let it be known now, which is pretty damn smart. And he said it before, it was time to run the bag up. So pretty much right now what he's doing is just running around letting everybody know what he has, being that he's been a bodyguard for so many different damn people, okay? But stumbled upon this earlier. I guess we can just mute that. So this particular says resurface IG Live of 2020, where Diddy, of course, went live and was just calling different people during COVID. And Diddy tells Anita, this woman here, Anita, he can't wait till COVID is over so they can dance in person. Their laugh said it all when suddenly Anita openly yet embarrassingly shared, look at this.
I can't wait till this is over and me and you can dance in person.
Yes, because the last party I was fucked up. Last time I was not.
Yeah, we not going. What happens at a Diddy party stays at a Diddy party. We got that.
Yes.
Okay. Here we go.
Pretty much, it used from what I'm reading right here. You had to read between the lines almost. So how their laugh said it all.
5 a.m. No way.
Yeah, so if every acts of
5 a.m. No way. Remember what Tiana said at the party? When I got there, it was like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was damn near daytime, but they pretty much still kept the party going. But at that time, it was freak off hours. Pretty much, Anita was pretty much letting everyone know that she had been to a freak off. Of course, she could remember what happened, it sounds like. But anyway, Anita openly yet embarrassingly shared, note her facial expression, how at the last party she was so fucked up. Diddy nervously laughed it off, but quickly stopped her and said, whatever happens at the Diddy party pretty much stays at the Diddy party. So in another clip, Anita mentioned not doing 5 a.m. again. New reports have come out that the wild Diddy parties would start late during the night. Could this also explain Anita's quick rise to fame and connections to American artists? She's won VMAs back to back, as well as very recently collaborating with Diddy Diddy's boyfriend, DJ Khaled. It's known that Diddy allegedly loves to prey up on up-and-coming artists. So pretty much they're saying that this woman, Anita here, pretty much got her rise to fame by being at a Diddy party and doing what you're supposed to do at a Diddy party. Pretty much. Well, not supposed to do at a Diddy party, but you know what I mean. I don't know why her at is not there anymore. Oh, there it is. I was trying to find it out. But as you can see, someone is very rich with these same little red dots here that very rich and very weird. Let me just say that. As you see here, there's a talking pregnant belly. Amongst other things. Yeah, needless to say, someone definitely sold their soul and didn't care about it. Did not care about it. All right, so what else did we have here? 'Cause I didn't want to forget nothing. I didn't want to leave no stone unturned. No stone unturned. Let me just make sure I caught everything. Everything. Oh, that's what I forgot. So this is Bardia Zanali. Bardia Zanali, let me just put this in here. Directed. He is the director of the video we broke down earlier, Yummy. Now, I'm not, I'm no scientist, but it appears to me let me say it like this. This man is not straight. It appears to me this gentleman is definitely not straight. Especially when I see things like this. Me and Jordan Bigham did this Paris Collections video for Vogue magazine in 2017, and I feel like a lot of people at the time and even still didn't get it, but honestly we ate anyways. Happy Halloween, squirrels. Now I can't tell which one he actually is. I'm gonna guess the fox. But yeah, this is the director of the Justin Bieber video, Yummy. Now, it's not the only video he's done. As you can see up here, he's got a video with Rita Ora, it looks like. Is that Rita Ora? No, that's not Rita Ora. That's someone else. I love how someone put this here. Turn a look. But yeah, this is pretty much the weirdo that directed the Justin Bieber Yummy video. In case you wanted to know if it was Justin that was doing the whistleblowing, there wasn't any whistleblowing going on in that video. This was just the guy pretty much praising his elites, is what Bardia Zanali was doing. Was pretty much praising his elites and letting them know what he did. But I wanted to make sure that I at least covered that particular part. I forgot to mention that earlier on when I was breaking down the damn video. I completely forgot about that. Let's not forget. Let's not get on Bill Gates. I was a paid intern in the software developer for Microsoft. That motherfucker did not like me because I was black and smart, and he got rid of me when I exposed some shit. That's the thing I hate about Bill Gates, because like I said, Bill Gates, shout out to King Ozma, he got our whole interview shut. Well, I don't think the whole interview, but majority of the clips I had to take down, and I think the video itself, they was like, nah, you gotta take that shit down because it's talking about Bill Gates doing depopulation and whatnot, which in my opinion he still is. Guy had a whole TED talk talking about, you know, people have to leave in order for us to have this the sufficient amount of oxygen and resources and food, that the population needs to decrease right now. That's literally what his synopsis was, is to kill off everybody so we have enough to spread around, because we don't have enough anymore. I'm trying to think now. Yeah, I think we covered majority of things. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Did I remember to get that? No. I didn't remember to get that. That's fine. I didn't finish getting that, is what happened. Okay. So, last night, I didn't even get an answer. This happened.
Over and pointing up to the banner and meeting his family, and
that's nice.
Isn't that? I mean, that's.
You could, like I said,
special.
you could tell how much it meant to him. It's just a beautiful thing, you know. I mean,
Donis's game coming along. I know he's working on the J,
yeah,
the 3.
His footwork's getting better too. He's playing a lot of soccer, so he's a dual athlete.
Tight handle.
Yeah. So he's getting taller and taller. Just celebrated his 7th birthday.
Happy birthday.
I just celebrated my 27th birthday, right, boys?
There you go.
If they ask, you know what I mean?
Plus.
Yeah. Well, relax.
I mean, come on. Easy.
You know what? You guys never let me put the headset on in the 4th quarter. This is the first.
Jesse, we have a...
Oh, yeah. Let's get a shot of here. Look at that. Wowzers. An absolute national treasure right there.
101.92.
Now, there were two things going on here. We're going to get to the second one in a minute, but notice how the camera kept panning over to Jessie Reyez. Okay? Now, Jessie Reyez, if you guys don't know, has had a song. Her very first song and claim to fame is literally about the exploiting of women in the industry. Literally about that, right? And how she was almost in a Diddy party situation, to where she was propositioned pretty much to do some things that she didn't want to do for her record deal, and she pretty much turned it down or whatever. And like I said, she made a whole song about it, sitting in the backseat of the car, and how these record executives do. She was one of the first whistleblowers on Wax. So it's funny that they're actually showing and panning to her while Drake is talking. But listen to what Drake says also about DeMar DeRozan.
Jack and I.
Holy smokes.
Speaking of national treasure.
Yes, if you ever put a DeRozan banner up, I'll go up there and pull it down myself. That's the answer to your question. Is that what you're going to ask?
No.
I
didn't mention that. Well, DeRozan and Kyle.
Yeah, well, shout out to Kyle.
The statues are next. Well.
Yeah.
They are. I'm a New Yorker.
What is this going to be them like this?
I'm a New Yorker. They got a banner of Billy Joel at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, that's right.
How about a banner for you up here?
Well, one day, huh?
One day. All right, that'd be pretty cool.
One day.
So interesting subliminal conversation there. You notice Drake was even saying, "Well, we gonna do this the whole night?" Like, even when they brought him over, he was like, "Yo, y'all never bring me on for no 4th quarter talks or whatever like that." So pretty much they brought him over there to start some shit, and the commentator was ready to start the shit right back with him. I mean, right back with him, throwing subliminals at him. But if you guys aren't familiar with who DeMar DeRozan is, let me just show y'all something real quick. It is storming outside at almost 2 o'clock in the damn morning. Well, excuse me, 1 o'clock in the morning here. Supposedly we were going to sleep soon. Anyway, I'll show y'all real quick just to remind y'all who DeMar DeRozan was and why Drake now has a beef with him. Do you guys remember the Not Like Us video? And this is for, of course, the people that don't follow sports. and correlation to rap. But remember the Not Like Us video, DeMar DeRozan was right there by the trafficking containers. So again, it's funny that whole how the universe works in that correlation right there, right? You have Jessie Reyes that keeps getting panned to, of course, and her song is literally about that, about avoiding being sex trafficked for her record deal. And then you have Drake sitting there talking about not only that, singing she's a national treasure, but then also the DeMar DeRozan slight. You know, if they ever put a DeMar DeRozan banner up, I'll tear it down myself. DeMar DeRozan would come out later on and respond to that and say, you know, he's going to have to come up real high. He's going to have to go up real high to get it down. So, and then walks away, of course. That more was saying that I think that they're going to see each other in a neighborhood and have a talk one day, but we'll see. We'll see. That remains to be seen. But like I said, the biggest thing to note was the fact that this is starting to make headlines. That this was starting to make headlines now because Drake decided to be very petty on national TV. That's not very Drake-like, to be that petty on national TV and make a joke about DeMar DeRozan, considering he's supposed to be I believe he was supposed to be hosting or co-hosting FIFA. So it's not a good idea for him to be doing that right now, considering he has that gig still lined up, and everyone's saying that that's supposedly, you know, it's more people that watch that than the Super Bowl, which possibly is. More people that watch the FIFA than there is the Super Bowl. I'm not gonna lie to you there. There probably is, because it's a international thing versus a national thing. So I definitely believe that. At the same time, a lot of people are saying that Drake's public crashing out this way is very noticeable and unhealthy. Like, he's really noticing, people are noticing that he's spiraling out of control in a sense. And him crashing out on national TV is very un-Drake-like. Drake is starting to realize that he doesn't necessarily have the powers that be behind him anymore, and they're pretty much against him. So if he's going to be doing things like this more often, I'm all for it. Like I said, I'm all for evil Drake. I'm all for evil petty Drake. Just, you know, keep it on wax, you know what I'm saying? Don't put it in the streets and all that other shit, you know what I mean? Just don't do that. Just don't do that. So, I guess the last thing we could do... that's not necessarily important, because the streets not necessarily talking about it just yet. So I'm waiting. I'm gonna keep that one in talk for right now. I know I had told y'all I had some things on Megan Thee Stallion, and I still do. I have to finish watching that documentary that I just put out, because it actually is going to help out what I'm doing. But I do have something there that I'm going to be putting out. Same way I did Tory Lanez. Or was it Tory Lanez I did last Saturday? I forgot who it was that I did last Saturday. But not this past Saturday, but before that. I will be putting one special together this weekend. I'm just not sure how I'm going to... I'm just not sure if the news necessarily is going to come out before or after I need it to. And I'm hoping it comes out, you know, way beforehand, because I need it right now. Anyway, especially with that documentary out right now that's making its rounds. Of course, people saying that she lied to Gayle, which we already knew she lied to Gayle, 3-4 fucking years ago. It's sad that everyone now is realizing she lied to fucking Gayle. But anywho, it is about that time. I know I usually stay on a lot longer, but we've been here. I got on a lot earlier too. So, with that being said, who's up in here? Who was up in here? Shout out to Abra. What's the Cash App? The Cash App is right here. This is the Cash App right here. Chill Murray 1. That is the Cash App right there. Chill Murray 1. All this information that I have up here is all, you know, is all for real. This wasn't template stuff, so that's the real email. So definitely feel free to use the email. definitely feel free to. I need to fill up the Live from the Spot podcast Instagram. I've been slacking up and backing with that, but definitely hit up the Instagram Chill_Murray. I'll probably see Chill_Murray before I see anything else. Am I going live tomorrow? Absolutely, Chashi. I am definitely going live tomorrow. If not the same time early, we will definitely be going on by 9 o'clock y'all time, Eastern time. So, 10 o'clock Eastern time or regular time. So, thank you, New Eyes. I'm trying to. I am trying to. I'm definitely trying to. I forgot who said it. I think it might have been G that said it in the chat. There's a difference between sleeping and getting some rest. Get some rest. I literally, my body was that last pod that I did where we broke down Orlando Brown and everything like that. That last one. My body was actually aching. I feel like I was having the flu, and it literally was coming down to saying I needed to have some rest. Like my legs were hurting, my feet were swollen, and everything like that. And it was literally because I didn't get no goddamn sleep. So I'm taking more time to get some sleep, to go with my exercise and things like that, and start to eat healthy. I'm 36 years old. I'm trying to make it till I'm 63 or more. So, anywho, yes, that is the Cash App there. That is the Instagram there. Both of them, as well as the email. Feel free to hit any of them up. Feel free to hit any of those up. I'm always up for talking to y'all. Trust me when I tell you. And I try to get back to y'all as soon as I can. I trust me. I promise you when I tell you that. I try to get back to everybody as soon as I can. So, shout out to everybody that tuned in today. Shashi, New Eyes, Fury B, the homie. Thank you for tuning in once again. Abra, thank you so much for sharing your stories. And hopefully Thursday, we will figure out, or even by tomorrow, we'll figure out what we're going to do for Thursday, because I would love to have you on the channel and have a good discussion of things. And we'll definitely go over those stories. We'll even do, as I did with King Osmo, we looked up information. So I'll definitely look up the cases and things like that, and we'll dedicate that entire pod for just you and your family. New Eyes, I said New Eyes. Raps Junior 88. Emil Mendez, Medusa, my moderator, thank you so much for helping once again tonight. Let's see who else is up in here. Hippie TV, Simple Town Radio, Only One Zane, Tamiko Show. Who else is up in here? Icon Vani. Trying to make sure I get everybody up in here. Sadate, thank you for always tuning in, brother. 3D, Karina. I think it's gonna be a day where I have 1,000 of y'all, and I swear to God, I'm gonna get through 500 at least. I'm trying to make sure I get everybody. G, what's going on? Who that slugger? I think I said Karina. Emil Mendez, Norma Dominguez. That's another one in here. Norma, thank you so much again for tuning in the super chat I got from earlier. Let me see, who else is up in here? Did I get everybody that quick? Oh, and 411, thank you so much for tuning in once again. Love having you. Absolutely love having you. I think we got, yeah. I think, the new Fonz. Some of y'all don't even know who the Fonz is. Some of y'all don't know who the Fonz is. The coolest brother in the bar. And cheers. Everybody knows your name. Dun. Yes, I was in here earlier, but my daughter got scared and made me change the channel and called me the most negative person. Wait, what did I do? I didn't mean to scare anyone. I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank all of you for tuning in. Tamiko's show, especially you. Thank all of you. Thank all of you, especially all of you. I'll say that. God bless all you guys. I'm going to take my ass to bed. I do have work in the morning. It's going to feel good to get about 5-6 hours of sleep. It's going to feel real good to do that. But yeah, I will have my black ass on tomorrow, well rested and ready to talk about Scientology. We going there this week, goddammit. Happy Days. You know I'm talking about, baby.
Rap niggas get all up in your guts. French vanilla butter pecan chocolate deluxe. Even caramel Sundays is getting touched.
Till next time, y'all.
Yo, honey dip, summertime, fine jury dripping. Seen you on pickings with a bunch of chickens, how you clicking? I kept shooting strong notes as we got close. She rock rope, honey throat smelling like impulse. Your whole shell, baby's wicked like Nimrod. Caught me like a freshwater straw, or may I not be God? Attitude is very rude, boo. Crabby like seafood. It turns me on like Vine, seeing all rude. They call me Starkey Love One. Check the strategy by any means. Shirley Temple Cross was done by Billy Jeans. Black Mrs. America, your name is Erica, right? True. Lazy Apple, small V6 shoe. Caramel complexion, breath smelling like cinnamon. Excuse me, hun, the dog me no harm. Turn around again. Goddamn, backyard's banging like a Benzie. If I was Jiggy, you'd be spotted like Spud McKenzie. I'm high powered, put a Dina Howard to sleep. You're parting. That bitch been on my mind all week. But back to you, Maybelline Queen. Let's make a team. You can have anything in this world except cream. So what you wanna do? What you wanna do? Let's go ahead and walk these dogs and represent Woo. Watch these rap niggas get all up in your guts. French vanilla butter pecan chocolate deluxe. Even caramel Sundays is getting touched and scooped in my ice cream truck.
Shaolin spots. What up, boo? Peace, your highness, over lounging. Big dick style, y'all niggas is the flyest. Moves you making you fly, choosing, shaking out a rape patient. You're looking good, fly, colored Asian. Ghettos, them is your hometown. We could go the whole round.
What it is, you really do.
Chill, man.